You guys just
Yeah.
want to be good. That's how you're built. And I can
We
just tell you,
do.
yeah, you do.
We want
And you
people to
want to
like
take
us.
the higher self you feel and bring it into everyday life. You want to put ethical and pure ideals into practice. And you tell the truth,
Yeah.
which doesn't always make you popular. But but
Right.
you're actually pretty tactful. I think you got some planets in Libra. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me you and your ex-husband, I never say this, but I'm going to say it to you. You and your ex-husband are
Okay.
probably going to get back together because
Wow.
as as
I've heard this before.
uh, as a boyfriend of mine, just a boyfriend, not a husband. I had a husband and he was fine, but a boyfriend of mine said after he left me for somebody else and then tried to come back, and I'm like, but she was a Playboy playmate. And he's like, you know what? Doesn't matter how hot a girl is, somewhere there's somebody who's sick of her stuff. So,
Yeah.
she was good. But what he found out about her was she was flashy and pushy. She was also
She
crazy.
was.
So, yep, just
Yes.
bonkers. That
Yes.
girl is bonkers. So
Bunkers. I've heard that before, so I know you're
yeah,
right.
yeah. And you're not.
Wow.
You're anti-bonkers, which
Oh, I am. I'm so
yeah, you're very sane.
easygoing. Right. I'm like I got patience. I've been a school teacher for years, and I'm a patient.
Oh, I was
So,
seeing a lot of kids around you. I'm glad you said that. I mean, it's easy to make a prediction now that you've said it, but I was seeing kids around you, and you
wow.
have kids of your own. Do you have two or three?
I have two. Wow. I do
What?
have
Yeah,
two.
and I like
And then the
them.
other ones are right. My kids at school because they go through so much with their home life. So I take them in, I do stuff for them. So that's
Yeah.
amazing. Wow.
Teachers are heroes, especially now. I think that teachers
Thank
and
you.
NFL quarterbacks should have their salaries switched. NFL quarterbacks, I mean, God
Yes.
bless them, they should
Oh
make,
my gosh. Yes.
whatever. And
Woo.
teachers should make, I don't know, 15 mil a year. That works for me. My mom was a teacher, so mad
Oh
respect.
wow.
Yeah. You are also, I don't think you're moving anytime soon, but you're also you are going to get some good news about money. I mean, don't go out and buy
Okay.
like a mink sports car or anything tomorrow. Uh, Wait until you get the money, but it feels like it's coming from property of some kind. And sometimes
Oh.
on my show, I tell people to go to their government, like state.gov. So you go to tennessee.gov, G-O-V, and look for unclaimed
Okay.
funds and type your name in and
Okay.
your parents' names in. And because
I
I did
sure
that,
will.
yeah, do that because I did that in New York. I got 16 grand. I mean, A, don't
What?
tell the IRS, and B, it was 12 years ago,
Okay.
but I have a feeling something like that. And I never tell people to play the lottery, but I'm going to say on August 8th, I would maybe buy a couple of, buy a couple of
Oh
tickets.
my
Don't,
God. You
you got
are
that too, right?
amazing. It's I put it on my calendar.
You're kidding
I
me,
wish I
really?
could send it. I promise. I'm never into the lotteries at all. I put it on my calendar to play the lottery.
Oh,
Yes, that particular. I didn't say that day. I said that week.
yeah, I would do it. I honestly, I
Oh my
never
God.
play the lottery. I bought a ticket. I have no idea why. Now,
Oh my
August 8th
God.
is called the Lions Gate Portal. It's supposed to be a very powerful day. So if you want to write down,
Okay.
it can't hurt, write down what your desires are, write them down, and then
Okay.
read them to yourself, then read them out loud and take a couple of deep
Okay.
breaths and then feel what it'll feel like when that happens. Just suspend disbelief.
Okay.
You can be like me in a horror movie. I suspend disbelief, which is why I pass out in horror movies all the time. But for you, I would do that like once an hour for a little while. And for the next couple of days, because I don't know, it just feels like a really lucky time for you. It really does.
Oh my God.
And if you listen to the show every week, a lot of times I will say, nope, you and him not getting back together. Tell him to
I do hear
pedal
you
his.
say that, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't feel it, you won't say it. I know that about you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Well, if ADHD was people, I'd be China. So I don't have the attention span to lie. Um, so the other thing
Wow.
is, it looks like you've been at your school for a while. You've been teaching for a while now, and
I have. Yeah.
and you've been paying for stuff out of your own pocket, which is one reason I think the
I
universe.
have.
Yeah, no, you are so good to those
Yes.
kids. You make them feel
Yes.
seen. You teach them to
Oh
read
my
in a way that
God.
sticks with them. You sometimes will teach them like a little poetry. You are a born teacher.
Wow.
It's like a smell on people. My mother had
Thank
it.
you.
I've met a couple of other people who have it's like a fragrance. I can always kind of you're doing what you're supposed to do in this life. Now, what's going to happen is it looks like there's an assistant principal job opening up soon. Maybe not in the next
Okay.
3 months, but it looks like in the next 9 months to a year. What I would start doing is logging everything you do. So when it's time for your job review,
I
you
want
can,
it.
yeah. I think you're going to keep
Okay.
going up the ladder. I know you're thinking about changing schools, and that's up to you. I don't tell people what to do. I just tell people what I see. And I have a tiger butt
Well, I
behind me to
really
prove
just
it.
really like what you're saying. I want that assistant principal position, and I
Yeah.
didn't even tell you that, but I
No.
want it.
Yes, you're supposed to have it.
Oh my!
So what I'm going to say, keep your nose clean. What you do. I mean, you're there early. You leave late. The kids love you. I'm
I
not
do.
seeing a problem here.
Oh my God.
The only thing I
Okay.
wouldn't do, I'm going to give you some advice because I also think you're very
Okay.
attractive.
Thank you.
I am trained in remote viewing. I can see people, and you're a big cutie
Wow.
pie. And there's,
Yeah.
I hate to say this about my fellow women, but sometimes they get jealous. So
I know. I feel it.
I would,
I do.
yeah, and you've hit a lot of
Yeah.
that because that's not how you think.
Yeah.
If you see a beautiful woman, you're like, good for you, rock
I
on, you
compliment.
gorgeous.
How do you
Yeah.
know? Yes,
Yeah.
I always
It's like,
compliment.
I just feel you. I just really, I feel you, and I just really like
This
you.
is an awesome
You're my
reading.
type.
Oh my God.
And you don't see jealousy in others because it's not a color you have in your soul. It's like,
No, I don't.
no, it not no. But what I want you to do, and I need you to listen to this, is
Okay.
my darling girl. I don't want you to talk about your personal life at work. Very little.
Okay.
Okay, got that?
Okay.
And what I want you
I
to do
Okay.
is in 9 months, when I think you'll have the assistant principal job, or before that, I just want you to contact me on Facebook and let me know how you're doing because I just think you're awesome.
Okay. I would
and-
love to do that.
And if you decide to have another kid, my first name Perry, it works for a boy or a girl. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So, and I love your kid. You've done a beautiful job with your kids. They're
Thank
good
you.
people, and they're not going to get into trouble. They're not. They're not interested in doing drugs. They're going to get ahead in the
No?
world. Congratulations.
Thank
Nice
you so
work.
much.
All right, my love.
Thank
Let me know how you are. Okay, keep in touch. Perry, Peri, Lyons. I'm on Facebook. Go to my personal page. Let me know. Okay.
Okay. I'm about to look
Okay.
for it now. Okay.
All right, baby. All right. See you soon. Oh, we have somebody from Charlottesville, Virginia. That's where my parents met on a blind date. They were both New Yorkers, and they met in a blind date in Charlottesville. And tell me your first name because my producer flashed it so fast that I didn't see it. Hi.
Hi,
Cynthia.
I'm Cynthia.
Oh, I love that. That's a really noble ancient name. I mean, you're young, obviously, but that's a really noble name. That's like a name from ancient Greek royalty. Cynthia.
That's right. She's the
Yeah.
she's the Greek goddess of the moon.
Yes. Perfect. And you're calling right before the full moon. So, I like you.
Yeah.
Already. I'm getting great people today. I'm so happy about it. So I like to connect people through their birthdays. When is your birthday?
It's September the 27th.
Oh, I love that. I've got so many good friends with that day. Libra women.
Yeah.
Never ask a Libra woman what she actually thinks of your outfit because she will tell you.
Uh-huh.
And there's one of my friends, she's an up and coming, you've got to get her album, up and coming country star named Lola Kirk. I don't know why my phone is acting funny. Lola Kirk, Kirke, has the same birthday.
Okay, I've written
And I
it
think
down.
yeah,
Oh,
you got to
cool.
get her. Her album is awesome. So good. She's
Yeah,
one
I'll
of
check
us.
her
who gets
out
us.
for sure.
Yeah. So baby love, how can I help
Thank
you?
you.
You have a question on the top of your head that I can see. Yeah.
I don't have a, well, this is the first time I've ever had a reading. So
Oh,
I don't
welcome.
have a specific question per se. I'm just curious and I'm open-minded about the process and Just
Oh,
curious what you may or may not pick up on.
well, this seems to be my day for getting good people because you also are somebody, you're just ethical. You're a nice gal. I wish you lived closer. I'd take you for a non-alcoholic. Um, and this seems to be, and starting August 8th, which is, again, it's called the Lionsgate Portal. What I'd like you to do is write down what you'd like for the next year and then read it out loud and then feel how that feels. Do it like a couple times a day because it just feels like this is going to be a good year. I mean, coming up for you. I'm not
I'll
sure what
take
you
it.
do. Yeah, right. Hold on. I'm trying to get what you do for. Now, I'm not quite sure if you're if you're single or in a long-term relationship because they tend to register kind of the same way to me. I think are you married? I'm sorry. Usually I shouldn't ask.
I am
You are.
married.
Okay, that's
It's okay.
right.
I am.
That's what I was getting. You'd be surprised how often I get a no to that. You
Well,
guys
they
went
might
through
be
some.
the smart ones. I don't know.
Yeah, I would. He's a keeper, or she, or they, whatever. But I think it's a boy.
It's a he,
It's a
and
boy.
he is a keeper. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. And you guys, I think you went through some heavy weather fairly early on. Like you a lot of like stuff around you and a lot of difficult situations, and then the sun came up, and I think things are pretty good. I think he had some
They're
employment.
definitely.
Yeah,
Go
improving.
ahead.
Did he have some
Yes,
employment
exactly.
issues that are now much better?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say yes. I'm trying to get what you do. You're such a pleasant personality, but I also think you're organized.
Thank
What's
you.
that like?
You think I'm
Well,
organized? That's awesome.
well, I think you're good. Here's what I think you're good at managing people without letting people know you're managing them. How's that? So
that could be. I might agree with that.
busted and busted in the best way. That's
Yeah.
a great talent to have. You're not manipulative. You're just
No.
you have an instinctual feel. If you and I were to walk into a room together, which I hope we do someday, you could tell me like sort of what the different social situations of each person kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but you kind of get people. You're very intuitive.
Yeah.
But you're also kind.
That's
Yeah.
on track.
Yeah. Wait, I usually get kids right. I don't know why. I think possibly because you're actually pretty psychic, girl. Sometimes I have a hard time reading psychics. You have 3 kids?
I do have 3 kids.
Okay. Phew. That's what I was getting. Like, so, I don't know. And I think you're a little more, you sound very young, but I think you're probably old enough to have at least one teenager. Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe 2 teenagers and an actual grown-up.
You're pretty on point. Yeah.
Yeah. Interestingly, it's the oldest one who's pulling focus for me a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is it a girl? Is she?
That's
she a girl?
tracking. That's.
Yeah.
Oh no, not a girl.
Oh, okay. Well, I like him. Is he very sensitive and very?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he was born in the wrong century. He'd be great in like the 1800s. He'd be like a romantic poet, and that would be fabulous.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think he's figured out how the world works yet, or how he fits into it. He's going to. Don't worry too much about him.
Thank you. Thank you
And
for
I know-
saying that.
Oh, I mean it too. I know that some other alcohol or addiction might be in the genes somewhere in the background there. I mean, who doesn't have that in their family somewhere? Yeah.
Yeah, but that sort of side, that felt like you just sort of sideswiped me when you said that, because it just was, it's so on point.
Yeah.
As to one of the reasons that I wanted to have a reading, and it's very related to that. So like, I don't know why it surprised me so much that you just said that. But
Well,
yeah, that's
let me
that's
get
a
into
very,
detail.
very big thing.
Yeah, and he is going to be okay, but I'm going to say, we got 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk
Well,
really
it's
fast.
not my
Luckily,
son.
I'm a
It's
New
not my
Yorker.
son.
My father, he's not your son?
Okay.
You said?
No, it's not my son who has that issue. That
Oh, okay.
issue pertains to.
No, he's sensitive. It's your middle child who's having that. Well, I can't tell if it's the middle of the year. It's one of the. It's only one of the three. What I'm going to say is, my dad was a doctor for like 60 years. He was Doogie Howser. My dad, he was amazing. And before he passed, I said, "Tell me 3 things that you've learned in like 60 years of seeing 20 patients a day." And he said, "One,
Yeah.
on the whole, people don't change. Who they are is who they are. They can change. They can get better, but on the whole, people don't change."
Right.
Kind of good advice. The second thing is 20 to 30 minutes of cardio 4 times a week is really good for depression.
Yeah.
The third thing was no alcoholic or addict ever gets better without going to AA or Narcanon. Nobody wants to.
Yep.
They've got great online meetings. If you go to AA Fellowship online, you can find an online meeting. People you'll never see again, or maybe people who'll be their your darling's best friend. But this person needs structure.
Right.
This child is a little neurodivergent, which is great.
You just cut out for me.
A little neurodivergent.
Sorry.
So ADHD, something like that, and they need structure, and they're going to be fine. That's what I want to tell you. That's why you call. I've got 30 seconds, but I want to tell you, please let me know how you are. Also, if you contact me privately in Perry Lyons, I'll send you any recovery resources you want or need, because it's something, let's say, I know a little about.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Urban Monk's Mindfulness 101, How Thinking is Killing Us. And I'd like to say thank you for spending time with me. And if you're watching this on Catch Up, where you been? So tonight, I want to talk about that grey, heavy, squishy thing inside the head, the brain. It's linked to all the things we do, because as I've said on previous shows, its only job is to make sure that we don't die. And while I wasn't here last week, I was researching mindfulness, manifestation, and the law of attraction. Science calls it neuroplasticity. It's all the same thing. It's retraining your brain to have new neural pathways to help you learn to do a different kind of thing to what you're used to. So what I'm talking about with that is we think negative things, and as I said before, we get negative shit. If you start thinking positively, neural pathways start to develop in the brain to help you think positively all the time. And then through manifestation, positive things come as a natural byproduct of the way you're living your life and thinking. For example, and it's quite interesting, a couple of days ago, I picked up my guitar from having moved house. It's been in the corner, covered in lots and lots of shit, covered in dust, but I picked it up and started to play. And it was strange that it's been probably a couple of years since I strummed a tune, and I struggled to start with. But as soon as I started, the neural pathways in my brain from previous playing kicked in. and it came back to me in seconds. If you try and teach somebody to learn to play an instrument, it's very, very difficult and very rote-like. A now, B now, C now, etc. But the period of time that I spent away from the guitar, we call it getting rusty. What it basically means is that the neural pathways in the brain aren't connected like they were before. And if you watch my previous shows a couple of years ago, it's obvious that practice makes perfect. And it's not practice making perfect. It's practice making neural pathways. Sports people do it. All musicians do it. The more you play, the more you practice, the more you do it without thinking. So if we talk about the brain and the way it is programmed, if you like, to make sure we don't die, it comes from birth. Basically, the brain is set in a certain way, but it can be changed. It's not inherent in what we do, as in fixed and rigid, and that's the way it's always going to be. It's more fluid than that. So if we try a new project or we try a new skill, then we learn a new language. One of the books I read recently, and I can't remember what it's called, my memory's terrible. It says you can't understand a foreign language because the neural pathways for that particular language aren't already set into the brain. So we learn it. We learn what the word for table is in French or Spanish or German, and the brain creates a neural pathway to be able to understand that word the next time we hear it. So guitaring, piano playing, drumming, you don't need to be playing and thinking what's the next chord. It should be automatic. And through that process of practice and developing the neural pathways, then it becomes second nature. That is simply living. We need to learn to live in the moment, be present. And the more we accept the present and we don't stress about the problem, again, the problem that you have, the anxiety you have, is your brain's way of telling the body that there's a tiger nearby or a robber nearby and you're about to get mugged. So be on alert. The body floods with cortisol, which creates illness or injury. We have that set practice of victim mentality, if you like. You know, we always look out for the bad things. And if we're focusing on the bad, then we can't develop the good. Everything about the brain will focus on the negativity because the ego then is allowed to stay alive. So just taking time out and relaxing and forgetting about the anxiety or the pressures or the issues that you've got, we slowly start to learn or develop the synapses, the neurons inside the brain to create that healthy living on a permanent basis. I was reading a really interesting book. It's manifesting within neuroscience or neuropathy or whatever it is that I got off Amazon Books. And it goes on, it's very, very linked into Nowism, the thing that I talk about constantly, mindfulness. And from a scientific point of view, if we stop and think and focus on the good or take time out to chill and relax through meditation or through whatever, then anxiety can't get in. The body vibrates at that level, the vibrational level of the universe that we want to link into, if you like. And it's kind of like brings us into how we think about things. So get your pen and paper, and I want you to write this down. It's very deep, and it came to me. I read it a few months ago, but it's so pertinent. You know, we spend our life trying to look up to somebody or appease somebody or have a target or a goal or somebody that we look up to. And this saying was, I'm not what I think I am. I'm not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. So let that sink in. Write it down. I'm not who or what I think I am. I'm not what or who you think I am. But I am what I think you think I am. Because we spend time focusing on appearance and looking for something else or adulation or acknowledgement from someone else or something else, instead of taking time to just love ourselves. And again, I read in the book this is quite a deep show, and I apologize for that because I know normally I'm a barrel full of laughs, and you can see the halo around my head. The brain is focused on simply keeping us alive. So in the book that I read, and I'll mention it next week, I'll get the title for next week, because it really, really is special. We think we live our life. We go about our daily life dealing with the problems that we encounter. But the reality is that the brain creates our life. So, for example, I drive for a living outside of urban monkness when I leave the monastery. And when I take a journey, I'll make a decision. If my sat-nav's not working, for example, I make a decision to turn left or to turn right. My brain made that decision. So whatever happens having turned left, that's created by the brain. It led me into that circumstance. So deep philosophical people say that we don't really exist. This is all just an illusion. And your brain creates the circumstances that you live in to cope with that illusion. Now, Eckhart Tolle is quite deep, and he would say something similar. I like to think that that's the philosophy, but I kind of don't think it's, I don't want to get that deep, because a lot of people can't take that sort of bullshit. And I thought what I do now for a living was woo-woo at one point. So we have to kind of slowly raise our level of consciousness to understand that philosophy further on down the line. But take it as a beginner, or if you're experienced and you followed me for a long time, just imagine that can be actually quite truthful. You know, we wake up in the morning and the first thing we see is the side of the bed or the bedroom wall or the TV or the sofa if we've crashed downstairs after too many bourbons. You know, it's the minute your eyes open, you begin to create your reality. And each decision that you make, and each decision that you are guided by that voice in your head, is you creating your day or your life for that moment in time. So we tend to ignore the brain. We tend to think it's just there. Everybody focuses on heart health and, you know, eating the right amount of food or the right kind of food and cutting down on the cholesterol, because your arteries will start to clog up and you'll start to become ill and blah, 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 blah. But we ignore the brain. Oh, I've got stomachache. I've got pains in my chest. Well, I might have a headache, but I'll take a tablet. We all ignore the brain. And it's there, and it's the life-giving force, and it's what creates our reality. And the voice inside the head that's killing us by telling us to do X, Y, and Z and focus on X, Y, and Z, which really we shouldn't be doing, because that's taking us away from what the universe has really got us here for, which is to raise the level of consciousness. And I mentioned last week, people go to see psychics and mediums. And once you start to vibrate on the correct energy level, you automatically link into the psychic world or the spiritual world. Again, I thought it was all woo-woo until I did my road trip, until I found my enlightenment or my purpose in life, really. I thought that was all woo-woo and bullshit. We're just here, we live, we go to work, we die, we get buried. Well, that's not the case. So we live within the universal energy or law, call it God, call it the creator, call it what you want to call it. But it's a real thing, and science is starting to prove that. And science is starting to prove that the brain vibrates at different levels, given different emotions. And before I sign off, I didn't set my timer, so I'm sure Dave will tell me when I'm running out of time. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I want you to do a quick test, right? How thinking is killing you. So when you think thoughts, the thoughts that you're thinking adversely affect the body via vibration or not. 2 minutes. I ain't got my glasses on, but it looks like 2 minutes. So I'll wrap this one up. So what I want you to do is get hold of your Adam's apple, just very lightly. Don't squeeze too hard, because that can be detrimental to your health. And what I want you to do is close your mouth and just think or say something inside your head like you would be telling your body what to do. And if you're doing it right and you haven't seized up or you're too tense, your Adam's apple will start to move. If you recite the alphabet, by the time you get to G and H, it's bobbing up and down. So thoughts affect the body. So whatever you're thinking, say it out loud, alphabet, inside your head, A, B, C, D. When you say it out loud, the Adam's apple moves up and down. When you say it inside your head, guess what? The Adam's apple moves up and down. So whatever you're thinking adversely affects the body. So thank you for watching. Just do it a test. When you're not tense and not stiff, give it a test. I've got the 60 second get lost warning from Dave. So I'll sign off. Hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com. And this time next week, we will have the website up and running. You can have a look at it now. urmo.uk. Urban Monk, urmo.uk. It's in the process of going live, but you can look at it now. So I'll bid you farewell. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for an offering of light with Robin Cheney. Robin Cheney. Live from RobinCheney.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for an offering of light with Robin Cheney. Robin Cheney. Live from RobinCheney.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello everyone. Guided Whispers with me today. Robin Wolf from Asheville, North Carolina. If anybody wants a reading, just let us know. And I'd love to do a reading for you, a psychic reading, or connect with the spirit. And I'm a evidential medium and a psychic. I do tarot cards. I'm an animal communicator. I'm a mentor, and I have a lot of fun. And while we're waiting for someone to come on, well, today is August 12th. We are officially out of Mercury retrograde. However, the shadow phase does begin and goes until August 25th. So hopefully confusion clears up, computers start working correctly, plans click into place, contracts can be signed, and hopefully there's also going to be less misunderstandings and mix-ups with text messages and tech glitches. How many people have had misunderstandings with text messages and voicemails during Mercury retrograde? I haven't, but I know I've had computer glitches. So it's to take the time between now and August 25th to tie up loose ends from the past few weeks. If you had any, I don't know, any miscommunications, try to fix them and that kind of stuff. Anyway, Crystal is here from Winnipeg. Hi, Crystal. How are you today?
Great. Hi, Robin. Nice to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too. What can I do for you today?
Well, I'm looking for some insights on a new relationship that I'm in.
Okay. That sounds great. So just focus on that for a moment. And let's see what I can pick up on. So just focus on the new relationship. Try not to concentrate on anything else, just for a moment. I'm using a mixture of tarot cards, so I'm shuffling and also using my own psychic. Okay. So I feel like with this new relationship, it's pretty new, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like whatever concerns or worries you have about the relationship are coming to an end. Okay. I don't know if you feel like you've been hitting a wall, but I feel like any concerns you have are about to come to an end. I see you moving forward with this person. I do feel like it's a bit of a journey. I don't know if it's you or your partner that is going through a healing phase, but I feel like you're able to work. Excuse me?
Yeah, it's both of us, but he's a little fresher.
Okay. I feel like it's almost like I keep envisioning a wall around your heart and both of your hearts. And I feel like you're both very honest with each other. I feel like I want to say there are no secrets. I mean, there might be secrets, but there's no secrets about the other relationships that you've had. So I feel like you're both working together as a team to break those walls down, if that makes sense. I feel like you're both helping each other. Okay. I do see, I love seeing rainbows, and I see a rainbow and dancing. So when I see that, in my mind's eye, I feel like if you're not laughing with each other yet because you're too nervous, it's going to happen. Okay. And I feel like it's going to happen fairly quickly. I don't like saying that this is the one, because it's so new. But I do feel like you're going to move forward and be comfortable with each other. I feel like, is this a he?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like he thinks about you a lot. Um, he wonders if you're going to have the patience to stay with him and to stick with him. You may be wondering the same thing, but I do feel like he thinks about it more than you do. He overthinks quite a bit. So he does think about you a lot. And I don't know if this makes any sense to you, but I do feel like he wants to plan a weekend away or something. He wants to plan something to surprise you with. I hope he's not listening. I don't want him
No,
to
he's
think
not.
we need a secret. But I do feel like he wants to do something with you that's special. I don't feel like he's a flower and candy type of guy, but I do feel like he can be romantic, if that makes sense. Um,
Mhm.
he's trying to find balance. I don't want to tell you that you're going to need to have a lot of patience with him because I'm not seeing patience coming up. I feel like the two of you both have a lot of patience with each other. But I don't feel like I don't know why I'm getting this, but I don't feel like there's a lot of work involved. You know how some relationships take a lot of work? I feel like the relationship you have with him is going to grow very easily and simply. There aren't too many relationships like that, right? Most relationships take a lot of work. There's not going to be work involved, which is kind of nice. Once you break each other's walls down around your heart, all I see is laughter. Does that make any sense to you? Are you feeling that?
Yeah, I guess the one thing that I'm worried about is he just came out of a marriage. Like you said, it's been a year, but like they've still been talking and things up until like recently. Like they had a child together who passed away, so they have
Oh.
this like bond through that child, and so he's kind of like seems pretty secretive with his phone, and so I oftentimes wonder like what's going on. Like there's something happening that I'm not really aware of, and he isn't forthcoming with it, so it kind of makes me a little bit concerned.
Okay. What I mean, I'm just getting that this is a fresh start. There's going to be a lot of grieving. I mean, we can't stop the grieving. The grief period is going to take as long as it takes. And I don't see the bond with his ex-wife, or his ex-wife to be. I don't see that breaking. Um, I feel like you'll even begin to like her. I'm not saying there's going to be the three of you together all the time. That's not what I'm saying. But I do feel like they both have a lot of strength and they both have gotten through this together and they couldn't have gotten through it without each other. So I do feel like as long as you can help him, because I do feel like you're helping him to heal.
Mhm.
I feel like you have the strength to move forward with him as well. Again, I'm not saying this is going to be forever, because I can't tell yet because it's so new. But I do feel like you will break down the walls around his heart, like I said before, and vice versa. I don't feel like him and his ex are not going to get back together. The child's passing, I just feel like it's broken.
Yeah.
But they are going to help each other heal, and you're a part of that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
I
it's
do
a bit of a
feel-
toxic relationship.
okay, between him and his ex.
That's what. That's what
Okay.
he says.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know whether it was toxic before or after or during the passing of the child. but I do again feel like he's going to move forward to you fairly quickly. You're safe, a safe space for him, which is really important because he can talk to you about things. He may not have started opening up as much as you want him to yet, but he will. I feel like by the fall, again, I do see the two of you going away someplace, away from the toxicity of his ex. He will have boundaries with her. You may not notice them yet, but he will have boundaries. There's only so much that they can do for each other. I still feel like there will be a continuous bond between them, but it's not going to be like she's going to be involved in your relationship. Okay. He will move forward faster with you. It's just going to take a little bit of time for you to break through his walls, but also for him to break through your walls, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we both have them. Yeah, we definitely both have them. But I guess I wonder, maybe some of the stuff that I'm concerned about is really just him being so guarded instead of him being secretive or like, guarding his phone or whatever. It's more just him being guarded overall.
Yeah, and when he starts to, I don't know, I want to say trust you more, but also trust himself more, and vice versa, because it's going to work both ways. I do feel like he's a very patient person, but he doesn't have patience. Okay, this is going to sound weird. He has patience with you, but he doesn't have patience with himself. So he is going to take this slow. But he will stop again once you trust each other more. The guardedness is going to dissolve. It's hard for me to give you a time on it, but I am seeing the fall. So I feel like the more time you talk and the more you communicate with each other, the less guarded he's going to be. I don't feel like he wants you to see the text messages from his ex, but excuse me, it's not because he's hiding. It's just because he doesn't want you to be worried. But he will start talking about it more, and he's going to leave his phone and you're going to see it, and it's going to just become less and less. The text messages from his ex, because the boundaries are going to get higher for him, because
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Psych with Jax Potter. Jax Potter. Live from the psychicpsych.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Psych
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome everyone, I'm Jax Potter, I'm the Psychic Psych, and I'm coming to you from Brisbane, Australia. Today we're going to do a little card pull. We might do a guided visualization. I'll see what I'm feeling into. I might do a collective message, and I'm also going to take some callers, answer your questions. Let's talk about whatever you want to talk about. So I am a trauma therapist and a psychic medium. I combine both in my practice, and I see clients all over the world, and we talk through your spirit team. We talk through things with ancestors. We work with your higher self. I help you clear out subconscious blocks, all of those kind of things. So it's really my purpose here is to help you connect in with your team, connect in with your own soul knowing, the things that you love, the things that you know about yourself but have been a little bit burdened by in the human realm, in this earth realm. And I help you uncover that so you can tap fully into your potential, into your purpose, and be living your favorite life. And I just do it in the way that feels good to me. I work with your team and we roll from there. So let's do a little card pull to start. I'm a little croaky today. I've been a little bit sick, so I apologize that I'm croaky. But let's go. Let's do a card pull, see what the collective message is. I can definitely feel some energy. I'm going to talk to people today about things that have been burdening you for a little bit and you're ready to release. So I'm excited to talk to callers who have kind of been sitting with things, whether it's as I'm talking, I'm feeling it's a bit of guilt and shame sitting there. And let's move through that so that you can step into your sovereign power, so that you can feel more embodied and more like yourself. Okay, higher perspective. I had a feeling this is going to come through. Higher perspective. Oh, what I'm being shown from the collective, from the spirit realm for the collective, is connecting in more with your own intuition, your own soul knowing, rather than listening to the voices of your parents, listening to the voices of ex-lovers, listening to everyone else's idea of what you should be doing with your life. And this is where the guilt and shame bit that I was talking about comes in, because there's a lot of burden from external sources telling you that you can't do it, you shouldn't do it. Is this really what you want to do? And you're sure of what you want. There's a big part of you that's really certain with what you want, but you don't know how to move forward because you're listening to other people's voices. So this message is about quieting down all of the external noise and tapping into what you already know. Okay, beautiful. We might do another card pull a little later, but for now I'm going to take a caller. We've got, I think it's Carrie from Tampa, Florida. Hi, my love. Are you ready to talk?
Yes, I am.
Hi, honey. Do you have particular questions or topics that you want to talk about today?
I'm just going through a tremendous amount of change right now, and I would just appreciate any kind of message from spiritual world.
You've been going through changes for a little bit, and it feels like they're showing me sort of things have come in and then it's almost kind of not progressed to where you want. And then you're like, okay, there must be more change. So what they're showing me is you are always really open to things shifting, because you're very aware that when things get moved out of your life, it's for your highest and greatest good. But you're at the point now where you're a little fatigued and a little tired of the process of change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Before I go into the specifics, what your team want to talk about, and this is really beautiful, of what do you do to take care of your energy? Because the fatigue is heavy at the moment. And you need to do an energy check first before we can even talk about what's going on for you, just so that whenever there is change that comes up in your life, what are your strategies? What works for you? What works for you to help ground? So what I'm being shown a tree, which is grounding back into your energy. What helps you ground back into your energy?
Going to the beach, walking around barefoot in my yard, and
Perfect.
taking a nap.
Okay. For you, I'm hearing it's words. So reading and writing. Do you do much writing?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. You know that one of your gifts, you've got some psychic gifts. You know that one of your gifts is automatic writing. Do you know this?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. You're being asked to connect into your gift of channeled writing, automatic writing, so that you can get your own messaging far more clearer. So let me explain how I see it from the spirit realm, how they describe, and this is for anyone listening. If you're wanting to connect more into your intuition and into your own gifts, I get shown it like a clear tube between the earth realm and the spirit realm. And if you think of that tube like a vacuum cleaner, that there's dust and debris in there. And the dust and debris is self-doubt and overthinking. So if we work at clearing out the self-doubt and the overthinking more, we'll always do it a little bit. But if we can work at clearing that out a little bit more, you will find that you'll be able to connect in with the spirit realm more because that channel is clearer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're being asked to, it's not so much self-doubt that's coming up for you, but there is definitely a lot of rumination, a lot of the overthinking. And that's purely coming from because there has been so much upheaval in your life. And there's also been, and I won't disclose too much on air, but there's also been a fair bit of loss and a fair bit of trauma for you. And we don't have to talk about that if you don't want to. But because you've experienced quite a lot of change and loss and trauma within this life, your brain likes to be busy because that's a trauma response. And so the key for you is whether you work with myself or whether you work with someone else that you feel safe with on learning how to come out of overthinking, which is the left brain logic, and into the right brain, creative, connected to the spirit realm. If you're able to rewire and do that more, you're going to find that you can connect in with your own messaging far more easily, and that the changes and the upheavals won't actually be so dramatic because you're either anticipating them because you've got messaging about it, or because you're not overthinking, then you don't feel so off kilter. That's what they keep showing me is like, oh, when there's change coming at the moment, you're kind of thrown off balance. And you do a beautiful job, but you need more than the grounding right now. You need more than the barefoot walking, more than the beach. It needs to be more of a mental shift around releasing the overthinking that's coming from your past. That will help you so much. And the more you do that, the more you will tap into that amazing channeled writing that you have, because your messages are detailed and really thorough, the messages that you get, like really powerful. Do you keep the messages that you write? Do you have journals? Or do you have somewhere where it's written?
Yeah, I have like a blog.
Oh, you do? Beautiful, because they're showing me it's stored, so that makes sense. Do you share that with others? Is that shared with others?
No.
Okay. At some point, do you feel comfortable sharing your writing? So it can be different to what you've got on your current blog. This is more of a cathartic journaling. But at some point, would you feel comfortable sharing your channel messages, whether that's on social media or via a book or some avenue? How does that feel when I say that?
Maybe I would do that. Yeah.
How does it feel?
I don't know. I never thought about it. I don't feel like it's right this second. I don't know.
Not in this moment. This is where your team has jumped to, just to give you a bit of a glimpse into what's coming up for you that feels very different to where you are now. And so they're sort of giving that glimpse so that you can be like, okay, I'm moving through all of this upheaval and all of this transition and into far, far more peace. And as you move into that peace, you'll notice that you tap your psychic gifts. So that's kind of why they brought that in first up, to be like, you're moving, you know that, you already know this. I don't even need to tell you that all of this change is to move out all of the things that aren't working so that you can fully step into what is working for you. And you have been really intentional about asking for that. You've done a lot of, okay, anything that's not aligned, anything that doesn't work for me, anything that doesn't feel good to me anymore, I'm ready to move away from that.
Yeah. I'm
being shown a masculine beside you. Is this a partner or a family member that's close to you? They're showing me like there's someone that listens to you.
Maybe my father. He passed away.
What's his name?
David.
Are you happy to connect with him?
Yeah.
So your guides and he are talking about self-forgiveness, my love. As I'm saying this, it's come up really heavy for you. In order for you to move through this period of change more easily and step into your psychic gifts and have the peace that you're craving, which is coming, by the end of this year, it feels completely different. Self-forgiveness. Even as I'm talking, my throat chakra has gotten a bit blocked there. It hasn't always been easy for you to forgive yourself for things, and they're showing me a much younger version of you. When you write at the moment, do you write about current things or do you write about what's happened in the past?
Both.
Both. When you write about what's happened in your history, in your past, what is the sensation in your body? This is going to feel like a strange question, but it'll make sense. What do you notice in your physical self?
I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Okay, so you're being asked to pay attention to that, what you notice within your physical body when you are speaking about the past or when you're writing about the past or processing the past, because that will give you clues as to where that energy is still being stored. Do you know much about chakras?
Yes.
Beautiful. So that's why they want you to pay attention. And I literally mean the physical body, as in if you're writing or thinking about the past and you notice your stomach's hurting, or if you notice that, your third eye is starting to just feel really heavy and tight, pay attention to where it's being held. And they're suggesting some guided chakra meditations for the particular areas where you're feeling it in your body. Because you're so gifted, because you've got your own gifts, working with the energy and working with the chakras and working to tap into your own gifts and your channeled writing is going to help you with self-forgiveness, and it's going to help you release things from the past that you're still a little bit attached to and help you clear this way so you can move into the next chapter. You're very ready for it on the conscious level, like your human self is like, come on, I'm ready to move, I'm done. But when we've been through some really intense experiences and some heavy things, it can be hard for our subconscious self to truly let go and to let ourselves step into peace, joy, abundance, all of the beautiful stuff, because they're saying for me it's not familiar for you. And when there has been times where it's been peaceful or joyful or easy, it hasn't lasted. So
yeah,
you can feel hesitant about that. It's sort of like, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm intentionally bringing that into my life, but there's this subconscious fear that it won't last. And that can be cleared out through chakra work and through self-forgiveness.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. They're showing me some things in visions. I'm being shown horses. I'm trying to figure out if this is a literal thing or if this is a metaphor. Do you have a connection with horses, or sometimes horses is a metaphor for freedom, running free, that sort of thing?
Yes.
You have a connection with horses?
Yeah, I definitely love horses.
Beautiful. Okay. Do you have equine therapy over there?
Probably. I haven't looked into it.
Okay. Oh, now I know what this is. This is gorgeous. So you love horses. You know how horses are brilliant at picking up on energy. So if someone goes near a horse, if that horse does not like their energy, they will not allow them near them. But there can be a completely different person come up to that same horse, and the horse is really receptive to being touched and loved on.
Yeah.
What they're showing me with this is something that'll be amazing for you too, is to tap into your gift of claircognizance and clairsentience, which is sensing and knowing. So you can already walk into a room and know who you want to talk to and know who you don't really trust and I don't feel good around you. You're good with that. But if you continue to keep harnessing that, what you will notice is that you make decisions much quicker in your life, and it allows you to move through situations quickly, and then you're not going to have so much change happen in your world. The other thing that they want to say is the changes, all these big upheavals that have been happening for quite a while now, like the last 2 years, it feels completely different for you than what it was 2 years ago. That's wrapping up within the next 3 months. Within the next 3 months, the big changes are settling down, particularly as you focus more on yourself and more on self-forgiveness and more on connecting in with your own psychic and spiritual gifts. They will settle down. Then you can start stepping into that new path. You're also being asked to, I'm here, receive money where it's earned. Don't say no to money. Don't minimize your worth in any way. Receive money where it's earned, because there's going to be some new opportunities come up next year. And they are meant for you. So no humility with that, no trying to negotiate your worth, none of that. Sorry, what did you say?
No, I said that sounds wonderful.
Oh, it's beautiful. Next year's very, very different. But this, in order for you to step into this fully, it is going to require a little bit of your own sort of, you're beautiful at doing your own healing work anyhow, but just a little bit more of self-forgiveness and more of the chakra work, that energy work will help you so, so much.
Okay, I'll do that.
My pleasure. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. All right, my love, we've got Alma from Pennsylvania. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi. My pleasure. Do you have questions, my love? No questions?
I have a question about a move. I want to move out of state to get away from my adult children.
That's been going on for a while, that feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it feasible? Is it feasible financially at the moment? And you don't have to go into too much detail there, but just in this moment, is it feasible financially?
No.
No. Okay. But mentally, you're there.
Past there.
Okay. Mentally, you're there. They're showing me not just a move, but a very dramatic change in environment as well. So I'm in Australia. I don't know Pennsylvania well, but what is sort of the stark contrast to the environment that you live in at the moment? What would be something completely different to that?
Well, I live in Pennsylvania. Sometimes we get really bad snow. We get snow.
Okay, so it's really cold.
Winters are cold and long and
dark, and it just feels very not that the place where you're living feels oppressive, but it feels very heavy on your energy. And you are going to move. The reason I'm pausing is because I'm waiting to see if there's timeframes. They're not giving me timeframes, which is fine. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. Sometimes they just don't give timeframes because things can change very quickly. So you might not be in the position to do it yet, but that could change in 3 months' time. So that's the only reason they're not giving me timeframes. What they are saying is that it is happening, but it feels the environment is completely different. The reason I feel a bit breathless as I'm saying it, because it's going to feel so, so different for you in a beautiful way, but there is going to be a bit of an adjustment period just because it is so different. This doesn't mean that it's not great, because once you are settled in and adjusted, it's a huge relief. I just wanted to sink my body in, take a huge sigh of relief. Once you have adjusted to this move, it's far more, it's more you. It's more you. What are the things that you love to do? You are a creative and you need to be keeping busy. You need to keep your creative self busy. So what are the things that you do to keep your creative self busy?
I don't. No, I don't. My time is all occupied with my kids and my grandkids, and I'm watching my grandkids 5 days a week, and I'm just.
This is what you're feeling.
In a rock in a hard place.
What it feels like, and you're feeling a bit constricted is the word that I keep feeling, like just where's me? Where's the time for me? Where's my creative energy going? You're living for everyone else at the moment. And I understand that's the
And
current
it's been that way for the
situation.
past 4 years, 5 years.
That's why I said this is not a recent thing. It's been a long time. It's beautiful that you're doing that, and it's beautiful that you've done that, but it does need to shift. It really does.
And I don't think it's going to happen until I move.
No, but you are moving. So that's the beautiful part of that. And when you move, this is why I said to you, it'll be an adjustment. But once you are settled in, no wonder it feels so completely different, because at the moment you are living in an environment that gets very cold. You are catering to everyone else's needs. It feels quite stifling. And when you move, there's so much more freedom and so much more capacity. The way your team is saying it is more capacity for pleasure in the things that you've forgotten. So if you take yourself back decades, give me one thing that motivated you, that felt inspiring, because they're showing me like all these ideas that you had that felt really beautiful to you, whether it was a hobby or a creative outlet or writing a book or whatever it is. What was it that felt really inspiring and exciting to you?
I really didn't do any of those things. I do.
It's not I do it, but the idea where you was like, one day I'd love to do that.
No, yeah, like I would walk, 6, 8, 10 miles, a couple of days a week, and I'd be in parks and I'd be in nature, and I'd go to the river, and I did rituals, and I did witchy stuff, you want to call it witchy stuff, and that's where I was most comfortable.
Yeah. So that's right brain work. So I'm a witch as well. And whenever I'm stagnant in my life or just not feeling great, I absolutely have to tap into my witchy stuff, because that's creative. Even if other people don't see it as creative, you know what it's like. You know that using divination tools, you know that performing rituals, being in with Mother Nature, all of that stuff is very fulfilling and very creative for our souls. It just feels natural and it feels easy. And this is, yes, the external circumstances are why you're feeling stuck, but a big part of the mental, so that's creating a physical drain, but a big part of your soul drain and mental drain is because you're not connected into the witchy stuff. I actually did put on a jacket this morning, which has the pentagram, and it has all my witchy symbols on it. And I was like, oh, I'm absolutely speaking to a witch today. So I'm so excited that I'm speaking to you. Until you move, so in the meantime, until you move, you are being asked to connect back into your witchy practices. Even if it is just simple things at home, some altar work at home, or some really simple things at home that help you come back into who you are, because you know that that's when you feel you're most grounded and supported. So we're mind, body, and soul, which means that we have to take care of all three energetically. And at the moment, you're not able to do a lot about taking care of the physical drain that you're experiencing, because you're looking after the grandkids, you're doing so much for other people. So you can do a little bit, but that's going to create a drain. So what you're being asked to really focus on is the energy within your mind and within your soul. And your witchy practices are the quickest and easiest way for you to pour some more energy into that soul work. Does that make sense? Because at the moment you're depleted in all areas. And it's really hard to move forward in any area of our life when we're depleted in any of those areas. The other thing they're asking, please tell me that you already use cards, whether it's tarot or oracle.
I have them. I just haven't touched them in years.
Why?
Time, a very big loss some years ago, a very, very huge loss in my life.
Huge. Yeah, which also at the time brought up a whole heap of other stuff as well with it. So often when we go through a big loss, and this is the case for you, it's brought up a whole heap of self-doubt for you and questioning The way they're showing it for you is you question yourself so often. And when you are in your witchy practices and when you are reading tarot and reading cards, that self-doubt and questioning yourself is nowhere near as strong. This is why you need to connect back into those practices, even if it's just for 2 minutes at a time. I'm not saying you have to spend hours every day doing that. Even if you've only got a couple of minutes here and there, it is going to support you so, so much. The other thing that they're saying is that you need more electrolytes. You're a little bit dehydrated. This is because of all of that energy coming out. So you absolutely just go and grab some electrolytes. Water's not going to be enough, so you need some electrolytes as well. But you also are being asked to just immerse yourself in your desires and your stuff more so. Even if it is you wake up 5 minutes earlier and do a little card pull, or you go and do a ritual once a week where you've got the capacity, but please tap into that. Then you will find that as this move happens, it is far more easier to move into it and far more easy to have that transition to go from putting everyone else's needs first to actually coming back into your true sovereign self. All right, my love, thank you so, so much. You've got this. I'm excited for this move because it's so different for you.
Yes, I thank you so much.
My absolute pleasure. My pleasure. Oh, thank you, everyone. This has been so incredibly, incredibly fun. You can work with me worldwide if that feels good to you. I'm the Psychic Psych on all socials. It's been amazing. I'm going to do one quick little card pull before we go, and then I'm going to wrap it up, and I will see you again next week. Oh, we have versatility. Adapt, allow yourself to pivot, and trust in yourself as changes happen in your life. I'm so grateful. I'm so excited. Have a beautiful day. Thank you, everyone.
Looking for comfort, clarity, or a connection to the other side? Lady Phyllis is a gifted medium, author, and talk show host on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She's here to help you find peace and purpose through personal readings, spiritual development classes, and her exclusive Patreon, where new guests share their wisdom weekly. Visit ladyphyllis.com to book your session. Follow Lady Phyllis on Facebook and explore what the spirit world has waiting for you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Vorosco. Danny Vorosco. Live from newworldservices.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Supernatural Living
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Danielle Voroscova, and as always, I'm excited to be here with you. How's everyone doing? These energies, whatever is going on astrologically, is just so intense. Now, again, I don't know much about astrology, but I'm a water sign. And from what I'm hearing, this seems to be affecting us water signs a little bit more. I'm not sure, but whatever it is. So I'd love to hear your comments. How are you feeling? Are you noticing this? Is this doing anything different for you nowadays? Sometimes it enhances our intuition, and sometimes it just throws everyone for a loop. So I'm curious to know. So today we're going to do something a little different. I am inviting a very dear friend of mine to join me, and we're going to discuss supernatural living. So we are going to get into life as mediums and a little bit of our personal experiences in the world of mediumship and the psychic phenomenon that we live in. So it's yeah, this is something that I've been excited to talk about, and just going to put it out there. I do feel a bit vulnerable, but what we're doing right now is we are bringing awareness into extrasensory perception, gut feelings, intuition, highly sensitive people, just all of these things that really pertain to the majority of us. Some of us experience it more so than others, but there has been a outdated stigma surrounding this. I know I've been called Miss Cleo before, and it's done. It's done. Those days are done. So on that note, I would love to bring her in. So Deborah, are you with us?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hello. So I have my beautiful friend, psychic medium, Deborah Meck on the phone. Deborah, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much for joining us. And I know this was a bit of a impromptu, and it's always a pleasure to connect with you. So today, it is an absolute joy to be able to bring some illumination to our lives as psychic mediums, and maybe go a little bit further behind the scenes as what does our daily life actually look like. It's kind of funny. It's highs, lows, wows, and all those things. So let's start there. Deborah, what do you
Yes, indeed. I'm getting the image, Danny, of a live wire. It's walking around like an open antenna and receiving messages impromptu. It can be standing in the grocery store line and you get a message for the person in front of you, and you decide whether it's appropriate or not to deliver this message. Always being respectful of other people's boundaries. So it's intense and it's really fun, as you know, to be this conduit, this middle person receiving and delivering.
Absolutely. And you just reminded me of an instance where I was in a particular situation. I was in a bit of a bind, and this was before I was starting my professional mediumship. And yeah, it was spontaneous. It was hit or miss. Sometimes they'd come, sometimes I would hear them, right? And sometimes not so much. But I was in a bit of a bind, and all the odds were against me. I was purchasing a house, actually. So everything was against me. And I had this powerful, undeniable feeling run through me with such clarity and insistence that I just had a quick, what do you have to lose? Let's go. And I followed the spiritual guidance. I followed the guidance, and I said, hey, to this woman, we're in a business relationship here. And I said, hey, do you recognize this name? I don't even think I said that, honestly. Wait a minute. I said, I have so-and-so with me. They would like to say this, this, and this. And I did it that way because I was nervous about my situation, and then nervous about what was happening. So I just put it out there, like, here it is. I'm handing it over. And obviously the look on her face was just, it said it all. Yes, she she knew it was a brother who had passed. And the message was, it wasn't a long message, but she did listen. And all the facts were there, the evidence was there. And we just looked at each other, both of us shocked. Me, like, that was a good one. That was a clear message. And why now? Just in this weird timing, like out in the driveway, deciding, about this house and everything. And then her not expecting this, but there was this moment of, should I? Shouldn't I? We have to use that discernment, right? And something just we have that as mediums, something just comes right through, either with a full-blown push or something undeniable to say it's divine time, whether it's their time or our time. And it worked out. Long story, let's make this shorter, right? This was a deciding factor in the purchasing deal with my house. Like I said, I didn't meet all the criteria, but when I had brought that through, she had shared it with a family member, and it was just like, okay, I don't know, but okay, you got the deal. You got the deal. So these, yeah, the guidance that we personally get as mediums from them is so profound. It's all the time. So we know that we differentiate. We've had to work hard on differentiating imagination versus message. And now you explain it a lot better than me. Do you want to talk a little bit about our clairs and how we receive this information?
Sure, absolutely. And while you were describing that fabulous story, I had this image of her guides, their guides, the family, working with your guides, going, okay, how can we create this deal? And so they give you this message to deliver to her. So it's like this beautiful square with the two different guidance teams in one corner and you and she down at the bottom corner. So I really love that story. Thank you. So with the clairs, for our listeners, that's C-L-A-I-R-E, French word meaning clear. And we mainly think of clairvoyance when we're discussing this at first. And voyer is another French word meaning to see. So clairvoyance means clear seeing. And this pertains to the type of ability that someone might have. Just like in schools, we have different learning styles. Some people are visual, some people are auditory, some people are kinesthetic. So each of us with our extrasensory perceptions also have predominant styles as well. So someone with clairvoyance might get messages and images through dreams. They might meet someone for the first time and have a movie snippet flash in front of their eyes about this person's life. So it's a way of using your visual acuity, your visual sixth sense to ascertain information. And then, of course, we have clairaudience, which would be clear hearing, clear olfactory, clear smelling, claircognizance, where you just know something, you don't know how you know it, but you just do. And then clairsenses, which is the empathy, as well as when your body receives those signals as messages.
Now, that's a big one. So for everyone, Deborah and I were together last night, and after our time together, Deb, I didn't get to share this with you. I left, I went out to start cooking dinner, and when I walked out into my home, it was quiet, and I started feeling this tingling in the back of my neck. And for me, that's a unusual sign that they're here, but it is like this tickle tingling. And I started feeling that, and then a little bit of popping in my ears. And then the sound like a radio is playing in the background. The sound like there is like someone left the TV on in the other room. And this has happened before, whether it sounds like even a baseball game or a party, something like that. Now, I'm not tuned in yet to be able to listen, I guess to make out what's being said. I'm not really sure what's happening. So I'd really like to ask you, with this clairaudience, but the clairaudience in the situation of where it sounds like something like that, what is your experience, or what is your opinion on that? That would be different than our receiving our messages and hearing sort of from that way.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
I think it's cool when it happens. I don't know.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh no, I just think it's so cool when it happens, because it's a supernatural thing that it's wild.
Yes, yes, and I love the supernatural that you're bringing to us. And let me ask you, when you felt the tingling in the back of the neck, did you have a good feeling about it, or any sense of foreboding?
That's a great question. I had a good feeling. I had a giddy, excited, welcoming, like I knew it. I recognized the feeling, and I said, "Oh, it's happening." Just it was unexpected, but I knew it when it happened. And then when I started to hear that sound coming in and getting louder, I was excited. I was really excited about it. So I don't know why it only happens to me periodically. And do you know, does it happen to mediums regularly? And is that something that would be developed where we would be able to hear a conversation, or what is that?
Yes, it seems like indeed that would be a case where there was an attempt to contact you for conversation. You did receive that contact. And what I find interesting is that it occurred for you as a radio station, and here we are on the radio.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering,
I had to break it up.
This was a premonition.
Yeah, it sounds like someone left the radio on in the other room, and I could hear just the snippets of it, enough to hear the radio announcer's voice, like it's going on, but not clearly. So that for us, I know that differentiates between the clairaudience of when we're sitting down doing a session or sharing messages directly with someone. I receive that clear hearing differently. Not in the sense of hearing something outside of me. This sounded like it was more in the environment, like in the static, in the static in the air around me, if that makes sense.
Yes, it definitely does, and I was picking up on that staticky feeling. And what you're describing are the various ways that someone might receive messages through clairaudience. Sometimes it can be something in the airwaves, as you said. Other times it can be your own internal voice. I've had examples where I've been given a word and then heard the pronunciation of a word. And then there have been times where I've literally had to turn around to say, who said that? And a big story about that, when I was faced with a difficult choice to continue my studies, and I knew I was going to walk out of the college admissions office without signing up to complete my teaching credentials. And I heard this voice, because inside I'm going, I can't do this. I can't do this. She gave me a list of things I had to complete, and it felt like this huge parchment scroll unfolded, and I'm like, I can't do this. And I knew I was going to leave and not do it. And I heard this voice behind me go, yes, we can. And I'm like, what? I turned around, and of course there's nobody there. And I went back, facing this person, and she's, continuing to speak to me about the requirements. And again, I'm going, I can't do this. And I heard the voice again, even louder. And then I realized that it was, whether we consider it, my higher self or guidance or, spirit or God or, ascended master. I realized that it was something bigger than myself, and that it was a voice and a message to be trusted. And I didn't know how it was going to happen or what was going to happen. I just knew that I needed to move forward step by step with this project. So that's another way that we can experience it. So yes, all kinds of different ways to receive the clear auditory messages.
I love it. And so let's touch upon the signs, the other signs and synchronicities that they send to us. And sometimes even when we're not listening to our physical signs, the clairs and stuff like that, we're like, no, we have to go. We just shrug it off a little bit, and maybe we're headed in the wrong way. And there's like a sign. Sometimes there's, okay, we get in the car, we want to ignore it. Literally, we drive down the road and it's on the billboard. It's on the billboard. Yeah. There's something like that. So, I mean, there's all different variations of that one. For example, I'll say like, I heard something, and then I'm rushing out, and I get to a store, and the person in front of me is like saying it out loud right in front of me. You need to go home, and something to someone they're talking to. And I'm like, come on. In a good way, but it's fascinating, right? There's so many of those signs.
Yeah.
So, what would you want to share about those? Because that's pretty everyday, and that's pretty wild.
Yes, I love that. And I can imagine, all your other listeners going, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So it's really fun talking about this. I definitely love the billboard messages. For about a year, I was working with this one billboard, to put it that way. And every morning on the way to work, I would check the message. And when the advertisement would change with a new message, I knew it was going to be showing up in my life. In this case, it was a particular relationship issue I was working on. And so not only was it coming in as guidance, I know, it was also confirmation. And I love that. And another thing you made me think of is that there's a way to know whether that message is for us or not. Like, that example where you hear someone else talking, but that message is for you. There's usually, for me, an almost intangible feeling in the essence around me when that occurs. It's almost like, a dog's ears will perk up to hear a sound that we can't hear. So there's almost like an atmospheric change that gets my attention to know that this message is meant for me, almost like an echo around it. Yeah.
That's a great point. That is such a great point. So this goes beyond woo-woo, which is great. I mean, I'm all about that. But this is actually, there's science-backed evidence that is now available that shows what the body is picking up. Hey, it's remote viewing. I see something over here that I had no way of seeing. I couldn't have known that. All these different things. So messages pertaining to us, and us taking that guidance, like we take the guidance there it is. There's a result. So it's a bit of a hard phenomenon for me to explain per se, but there's definitely a knowing, and it's not just a wishful thinking. It's a definitive knowing. It reminds me of that gut feeling, because that's something that's almost everyone can relate to. So, or chills, if you get chills, about something. So yeah, our body is so much more. You talked about it in the beginning. If you had called us a satellite, a human satellite, we pick up so much, or human antenna, right? We pick up so much through our senses, and we discard most of it because obviously we're walking, living, being people. So we don't want to be so far out there, but there's a lot. And think about it, when we just talked about like a dog or different animals like that, they sense things from miles away. So that's something. That's something else. So thinking about us, we know that everyone has the ability to tap into extrasensory perception, to expand their reality as we know it. And so, Deborah, as we close this out, what last message would you like to just share real quick with our listeners out there who are wondering, is this wishful thinking? Deborah, could you sum it up in a few seconds? Is this wishful thinking, or is this woo-woo? Or yeah.
Absolutely. And the message loud and clear is trust yourself. Trust yourself. Trust yourself.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for being on with us today.
Thank you, Danny, for having
we
me.
appreciate it. And for everyone out there, you can find our information. We'll link it to this, and reach out to us if you want to have a conversation, or if you'd like to schedule a reading with one of us. We're here to support you. And on that note, be well. See you next week.
Looking for comfort, clarity, or a connection to the other side? Lady Phyllis is a gifted medium, author, and talk show host on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She's here to help you find peace and purpose through personal readings, spiritual development classes, and her exclusive Patreon, where new guests share their wisdom weekly. Visit ladyphyllis.com to book your session. Follow Lady Phyllis on Facebook and explore what the spirit world has waiting for you.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Good Vibration
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to my show, Good Vibrations. It's great to see you here on this nice August afternoon. Hope everybody's well. You know, a question came up. A lot of times questions come up during my readings where people want to know about their soulmate. When are they going to meet their soulmate? Did they meet their soulmate? You know, what we have to understand is that we just don't have one soulmate in our lives. We have many soulmates. You have soul mentors. That's somebody who comes into your life and teaches you. For instance, maybe your third grade teacher was a type of soul mentor and guided you toward English, you know, education or whatever, or set such an example that you decided you wanted to be a teacher, or you went into, or she marked your essay in such a way that it incited your imagination and you became a journalist or whatever. But we have lots of, maybe it was a gym teacher who gave you the confidence to climb the rope all the way to the top. Those are soul mentors. But we also have soul kind of associates that come into our life when we're going through a crisis. You go to a doctor, and that doctor is able to identify what your health issue is. And they come in your life, solve the problem, and they go out of your life. Sometimes soulmates don't stay. Just because you're a soulmate of a sort, it doesn't mean that they're going to stay with you forever. But we're going to talk more about that after we speak with Hannah in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. Let's take the call. Hi, Hannah.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. Have you ever had a reading before?
I have a few times.
Okay. All right. Well, what I do is I ask a person to pick a number from my book, any page, 1 to 366. Pick any page number, and I kind of get that to open the door. A lot of people use tarot cards. I use my book. So can you pick a page number?
27.
27. Yeah, that's one of my lucky numbers, by the way. I always use that when I play roulette. Okay, Hannah.
Nice.
It says, I am not afraid to accept my limits. So I feel spirit. If they're behind me, it's parents and grandparents. If they're to the side of me, it would be a contemporary. And if they're in front of me, it's a child. But I do feel a woman stepping forward. And I'm going to ask you if you have a mother or a mother-in-law in spirit.
No.
Okay. Do you have an aunt? Somebody who served as sort of like a confidant or a confidant or a mentor in your life? Somebody who was older than you?
A female?
Yeah, female.
Grandmas. Both grandmas are over there.
Both grandmas are over there. I did feel grandma, but I felt like there was somebody younger. But I'll go with grandma. And I feel this is on your mom's side. Were you closer with your mom's mom?
Yes.
Yeah, because I feel that this is a grandmother that you were closer with. And she's reminding you that you can't be everything to everybody. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
That you're trying too hard and you are not saying no when you should. Sometimes we have to say to people, we're going to go to here and we're not going to go anymore. Do you have a sibling that's passed?
I do.
Yeah. Is this a sister?
No, it's a brother.
Brother. It's a brother. But do you have a female? There is a female that wants to come through that's either your age or right behind me, like an older. Do you have a cousin? Do you have somebody who passed that's a female? Other than grandmas?
Oh gosh.
You're going to have to think about it because it may be even a neighbor,
Yeah.
it may be an acquaintance, somebody went to school with, a friend, but there is someone coming through. But I'm going to go to your brother, and I do have a G or a J name like John, George, Gary. Living or dead, is there any John, George, or Gary?
John, my uncle, alive.
Alive. And this is your brother on the other side, so this would be his uncle as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was he your brother's godfather or something?
Oh,
Was there a
possibly, yeah.
relation? Yeah, because it feels because if I'm hearing the name, there's a reason I'm hearing the name. But your uncle, you said it was Uncle John. His mother is on the other side also. That would be your grandmother, right?
Yes. Yep.
Is your Uncle John having some trouble with walking, or is there some trouble with his eyes? I have two things going on. Is there some trouble with balance or walking, or with his eyes?
I'm not sure. It's possible.
Okay. All right. Well, it's something you can ask your mom about. This is your mom's brother or your father's brother?
No, my dad's brother.
So you can ask your dad if he speaks to him. But in any case, your brother left suddenly.
Yes.
Was he responsible for his passing?
Yes.
Were there drugs or alcohol involved?
Possible.
I'm picking up more on alcohol than drugs. Was your brother in some sort of an accident?
No.
Is it what I'm saying is your brother was responsible for his passing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He took his own life?
Yes.
Is it possible that something happened to him accidentally when he was doing it? That maybe he didn't mean to go the whole way?
Maybe.
Because what I do hear is accidental. So I didn't know if it's a car accident.
Oh, my uncle. I have a young uncle that passed as well, and he had an accident with a gun.
He had an accident because I
That
am
one is
hearing
Max.
accident. Okay, so we're with an uncle
That was
then.
the uncle.
Okay,
And he's
so
related to John.
to John. Okay, you see, you're really good at this because it's kind of like you have to fill in the puzzle. But I am getting accidental passing. So please let your dad know that
My dad,
you know, sorry?
my dad is passed on too.
That's
They're all
passed.
over there.
They're all over there.
Yeah.
So dad's with them, but let whoever is here. So mom would be here, and you know,
Yep.
let her know that all of these guys came through. And I do feel around your brother that there's regret about what he did, and I do feel like there is a feeling of I didn't mean to go that far. Do you understand that?
Wow. Yep.
Was his neck involved in his passing?
Possibly.
Because I'm getting neck and up like the head. If you could see me, if you're watching, I'm getting like everything from up. Okay, you get that?
Yep. Yep.
And what I am getting is that in the same way, like he's pairing up with your uncle, that whatever was done, I think there was like it's a definite accident with the uncle. I'm getting a definite, but what I'm getting with your brother is, oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Do you understand what I mean?
Wow. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss. We have another caller, but I'm really sorry for your loss. But please relay. They want it relayed to the people here that.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And now we have Sherry in Tulsa. CHRI. Is that Chris? Oh, there's no S there.
Good.
Okay. Hi, Chris. Have you ever had a reading, Chris?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, Chris. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but can you pick a page number 1 to 366 from the book? And I'll see if we can get a message.
I guess 55.
55. what we call double nickels, right? 55. Okay, Chris, what I have here is I will embrace all the changes in my life. So the question is, are you going through any kind of upheavals or changes right now?
Yes.
You are. And I do have a male contemporary on the other side, and I want to ask if you have a spouse or a friend or a brother on the other side who would be contemporary to you?
The one that's passed?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Corey.
Corey. And this is your brother or your spouse?
We were together for a long time. He died somehow, and I still don't know, like, it was like some kind of police shootout or something. He either killed himself or the police shot him.
Okay,
He
what
was
I am
31
getting
at the
is,
time.
yeah, what I am getting is in the chest. He was shot in the chest. Because I get chest involvement.
It could have been that, but then it's ultimate in the end. There was a shot in the head too, so I don't know, or mouth.
I think he
But I don't
wants you
know.
to know because immediately when I connected with him, I feel a pow in the chest. So I thought heart attack, but you supplied that he was shot. So I think what he'd like you to know is he was gone before they even hit his head. He got it in the chest, and that was an impact because I feel an impact.
Yes.
There's a thing called suicide by cop. Have you ever heard about it?
Yes.
Could this have been his way? That sometimes when people can't actually do it to themselves, they do something that would bring on cops to finish the job, so to speak?
Yes. I know he didn't want to go back to jail.
Okay, so it was he kind of pushed the circumstance to such a place that there was no going backwards. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you have a child with him?
No, we have he practically helped me raise my daughter, Haley.
Right. It's funny because I was gonna, yeah, go ahead.
He always thought of her as his kid.
Because he calls out to his daughter. And I thought her name was Isley. I heard Isley, but Haley would work. Do you understand? It's like that kind of with the LY sounds. But he is calling out to her. Had he been in jail when you were with him?
Yes, he was.
He's bringing up his pillow. What's the story about his pillow? Do you sleep with his pillow, or did Haley keep his pillow, or did you bring a pillow? I don't know what he means, but he's
still have his pillow.
Still have his pillow. Yeah.
I still sleep with his pillow.
Yeah. So he says when you put your head down on that pillow, his head is next to yours. Do you understand?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I always feel like I could sleep comfortably with that pillow.
I hear you. I still sleep with my husband's pillow. So at some point that, kind of their fragrance kind of dissipates, but I held on to, a lot of things that, kind of had his scent in it for a long time. But he smiles about the fact that you sleep with his pillow. And is there something hanging in the kitchen that was his? Or is there a leash that he's talking? I feel like there's something hanging in the kitchen that he's bringing up that you haven't moved since the time, maybe his keys or something. I don't know, but I feel like something hasn't changed. And there's something in the kitchen or when you walk in by a door. Is there anything still there that was his?
His Stiller's keychain thing.
Okay.
I still have.
Yeah, he shows me like something hanging, like it could be a leash or it could be a chain, but it's like it's his and it's still hanging in the house.
Yes. It broke off
Okay,
my
he kind of
keychain, but
laughs.
it's on the table.
It's on the. You have it. Like in other words, he's showing me that you still have it, and he's telling you you've got to embrace the changes in your life. You have to realize that. You've got changes coming. Is Haley a young woman now? Is she having children of her own yet?
No, she's 8.
She's 8, so she's a little girl. But he does indicate that he's going to walk her down the aisle eventually. he'll be with her when she gets married, and he'll be there when you hold your first grandchild. He wants you to know that he will be with you.
No.
But was there a drug problem with him?
Yes, there was.
Yeah, and did he go to rehab and kind of fell back into it?
I don't know if I think he did some kind of counseling when he was in jail, but he was sober for a while and then he fell back into it towards the end.
Yeah, what he's showing me is this kind of like a loop de loop. Like he was there were like he would come out and then go back and then come out and then go back, like in and out, and that he just couldn't stay sober or straight. I don't know if it's drugs or alcohol, but he just couldn't stay straight. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it wasn't anything about you. If he was going to do it for anybody, it would be for you and Haley. But he just couldn't do it. And eventually, like the thought of going back, he was not, he's talking about he couldn't take jail life. Like he hated the food, he hated the companionship, and he hated every aspect, being locked up. He hated it. Now, do you have an animal that passed? Do you have a dog that passed recently?
No.
Did he have a dog? Did he have a dog that he loved?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know. It might be with his mother.
No, I'm talking about a dog that passed, maybe a dog from his childhood, because he wants you to understand that he's with a dog. And I do hear Blue. I don't know if the dog's name was Blue. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yes, it was.
The dog's name was Blue?
I think so. I remember him talking about a dog that he really loved.
You can ask, his mom is here, correct? So you could ask his mom if the dog's name was Blue, but he is indicating that he has the dog. And where is the C name, like Catherine, Kathy? I understand that you're Chris, but is there a Catherine or a Kathy? Katie, Catherine, Kathy? A sibling?
Not as far as I know.
And an MA name, Mary, Marge?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, I do hear those names, and whatever I see, hear, or feel, I call them out. So how long is he gone, Chris?
He's been gone 4 years.
So it's still fresh, but he wants you to embrace, like you're really beginning to feel the permanence of it now. Do you understand? Like the first year, you're kind of in shock. The second year is horrible because you're dealing with loss. And you really feel those holidays coming up. The third year, the grief is lessened, but the fourth year, you're almost like you're afraid to laugh because it means you're forgetting them. Do you understand?
Yes.
He doesn't want you to feel that way. He says, every time you smile and every time you laugh, he's smiling with you. Do you understand?
Yeah, it's still hard after 4 years.
Of course it's hard. Was he in a car when this happened?
Yes, he got pulled over by the police.
Yeah, and did he not keep his hands on the steering wheel?
I'm not for sure exactly what happened. Because he was with some other people and they never could give me a straight answer either.
Yeah, he's definitely showing me his chest, that he wants you to know that it hit him first in the chest. The chest is what he was over when he got, because it's multiple shots. It's not a single shot.
Yeah, it's like they really didn't even give like much detail about it. And then his mother wasn't even able to look at the body.
Mm-hmm.
So that was weird too.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm sorry for your loss. I want to go to the other side of your family. Your mom is here, correct?
Yes.
Her mother is on the other side?
Yes.
Were you close with that grandmother?
Very close.
Yeah, well, she comes through and she wants to let you know that she's watching over you as well. You feel alone. There's a lot of feeling that you're alone, correct?
Yes. I lost
Are
a
you
lot of
not?
family for sure. That was close.
Yeah, and are you not speaking with your mom? Is something going on between you and your mom right now?
We've been fighting a lot.
Yeah, she says, you know how your mom is. Where's the S name? Susan? Sherry, Susan. Where's the S name? Living
I'm
or
not
dead?
sure. Her name's Tammy, though. My mom's name's
Whose name is
Tammy.
Sammy?
I don't know.
No, that's so there's the yes.
My
That's the
mom's
yes
name's
name.
Tammy.
Sammy. Yeah, okay, that's the yes name. So
Well,
grandma's letting you know that definitely her. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, Tammy.
Oh, Tammy, not Sammy. Tammy.
Yeah,
Okay.
close.
But you said Sammy. Well, yeah, but no, there's definite, like I get a T or I get an S, but there's an S name around your mom. So,
Yeah.
so the question is, your grandmother indicates that you know that your mom can be difficult, right? You understand that?
Yes, she can be for sure.
Yeah, she asks you to have patience because right now you kind of need the helping hand. You've got your daughter, you've got a lot on your plate, and you've got like when I first got on, you have a lot of changes going on. She says try to find
Yes, I do.
patience because you know, one friend is worth more than having 1,000 enemies. Do you understand?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So she says, have patience and understand that she's going to react certain ways because she wants to protect you. But don't fight with her. You could use you need the hand. Do you understand?
Yes, I do for sure.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I guess about my dad's health. Is it going to get better?
Is he having a breathing issue?
No, he had the skin cancer. It was removed and then it came back as a nodule or
Yeah.
something. They're doing some testing this week.
I kind of feel like, I did feel someone's having some breathing issues. I don't, if it's not your father, it may be somebody else, a father-in-law, it could be an uncle, whatever. But I think with your father, this is going to be chronic. He's going to have to keep going back and forth, and they're going to keep taking off, skin cancers. But I think that, he's probably going to have to go for treatment. But I'm not seeing anything rough, only that he's going to be in treatment for a while.
Will he agree to do the chemo finally, or is he still going to be stubborn?
I think that he's going to do it, but it's going to be a fight. I do think that he's going to do it, but it's going to be a fight. But your grandmother says, your father, you're closer with your father, right? Than with your
Yeah, I'm
mom?
close to my dad.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
says, you know how to twirl him around your little finger. You know how to do that. So,
So
you know
does my
exactly
daughter.
what to do. Yeah, she says,
It's funny because my daughter does the same.
Yeah, she says, pull out the artillery, explain to him how much you need him now that your partner is on the other side, and let Haley do what she has to do to get dad to go for the treatment. So they're saying, you know what to do, you know how to do it. So you know what
Yeah,
to
I get
do.
so mad
But
because
he'll
I feel like
listen.
my mother doesn't push him like she should.
Well, she's pushing him, but
She is
she
pushing him
doesn't
finally.
have. She is pushing him, but she's pushing him. It's different for a couple. In other words, you have a different relationship than she does. She lives with him, correct? And if she's going to push too
Yes,
hard, he's going to make her life miserable, or he's going to make her
that's true.
responsible, or whatever. So she's doing it carefully or gingerly, but you don't have to be. You could be a little bit more aggressive, and you know, your grandmother's saying, pull out all the ammunition and do what you have to do. Where is
So get him to
is
do
there
it.
another H team? Yeah, he's going to do it. He's not going to be happy, but he will end up doing it. but she is saying his mother is on the other side, correct?
Yes, she is.
Is there an H name like Helen or Helene or Eileen? Ellen? Helen?
Her name was, I think, Betty, but I'm not.
Okay, I usually pick up B's, but I didn't pick up that. But what they're saying is he's afraid. He's actually really afraid. You know, his big issue is that he's afraid.
He's afraid of the chemo.
You know, he's never really. Yeah, he's afraid of the treatment. He's afraid of what it'll do to him, and he's like really afraid. So you guys have to rally around him and make him feel that you're going to be there for him. But your grandmother, this feels like it's your mom's. Absolutely, absolutely. But maybe he can take the leave. Maybe he can take the treatment. Maybe he won't be, he won't have to quit his job. Maybe he'll just have some sick time. But he's got to take the treatment.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
I feel like he voided it last time, and this time it came back so quick. It's definitely a sign that he's got to get it done.
Right. But I have to knock it out of him. I have a best friend who's going through that now. And it's really hard to go through the treatment, but once you're through it, you're happy you did it. It's 6 or 7 months that you're uncomfortable, but afterwards you go, boy, I'm glad I did it. I had a cancer treatment when I was 44. I had radiation. It was horrible when I went through it, but here I am 30 years later, and I'm happy I did what I did. So we're just about out of time. Good luck, Chris, and hope everything goes well. But use your wiles to get Dad to do what you need him to do. I just want to say, if anyone wants a private reading with me, you can find me at www.ladyphyllis.com. Please make an appointment, a reservation, and we can have one-on-one. And it's a lot more intimate, and it's informative, and we do it via Zoom. So I have lots of openings for the month of September. Watch my Facebook page for discounts and try to get a discount. Class started, so you guys missed the last class, but I will have another class starting in a few weeks, and you can always pick up my book on Amazon. So hope to see you all soon. And going back to soulmates are made. That's something you have to realize. It's not like a Hallmark movie. You don't walk into Starbucks or Target and see the person, your eyes meet, and it's all over. Soulmates are made. So a lot of times you have to take the time to make your soulmate. Soulmates are the people who stay with you when the chips are down. Soulmates are people that support you when no one else is there for you. And understand that you have multiple soulmates. In the case where you've lost your partner or lost your soulmate, understand you have multiple soulmates in your life. Your daughter-in-law could be your soulmate. It doesn't always have to be romantic. Your grandchild could be your soulmate. Your kid could be your soulmate. Everybody has different soul contracts with you, and they stay with you until that contract is fulfilled, and then they move on and new soulmates come into your life. So start paying attention to the people around you and understand that you have multiple soulmates in your life. Pay attention to what they see and say to you, and appreciate them. Goodbye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the mini medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. I am your mini medium from the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And this week, I'm so excited because I am in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash. There's a lot going on. We're all excited. They're doing tours right now. So we're going to let them walk outside here in a moment. But I wanted to just kind of introduce who I'm going to be doing a reading for, which I cannot wait to do this because this amazing man, this is my friend and amazing, I guess he's the whole connoisseur management here at Ghost City Tours in Gettysburg. So this is Andy. And Andy, you've been here how long?
Since we opened it. Actually, we opened up 3.5 years ago.
Wow, so
Yeah.
3.5 years this has been open.
Yep.
I love it. But they're all over the world, right?
Well, we have 30, just opened up our 30th location, Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Oh, wow.
We also started one in Williamsburg. Hopefully get this first door here.
No.
And sorry guys, but yeah, we are the biggest ghost tour company in the world. That's what we have been, labeled as, and we just got an award today, top 10% things to do in the world by TripAdvisor. So,
Really?
yeah, it's a big deal.
Oh my gosh, that's
Yeah.
huge.
It is.
Oh my gosh, well, that's awesome. Well, I know that when I came here last year for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash, my family came here to go city tours because, as a lot of people know, I love the paranormal, especially with my mediumship gift. And the tour that we did here was so amazing. And if you guys are ever wanting to get a tour done at, I guess all over the world, right? You guys are all over.
We're not overseas yet.
Not overseas.
think
So I
it's
should
the
be
next-
U.S. Huh?
Yeah, I think that's the next step for him.
Yeah.
He wants to get in all the spooky places that he can here in the States. And I don't know where he's looking at next. He's a
I love it.
awesome guy, the one that owns it. Tim, he started out like just us, investigating, and he grew up around Gettysburg, actually, about an hour away, I would say. So Gettysburg's kind of his flagship store, and
I can see why.
yeah, we do
The
really
energy is
well
so
here.
amazing.
Yeah, we do really well here, and we
Yeah.
really don't have to do a whole lot to sell. It's
Yeah.
like sells itself.
People just
But,
come right in.
yeah.
Well, and the energy just in Gettysburg is incredible. I walked around today and just even sitting in the store here a little bit ago, I was by myself. It was quiet. And I started picking up on some things in the store, and yeah, there's some really creepy stuff in here that but it's fun. It's fun energy, and I mean the people here are absolutely incredible. So I highly suggest that any Ghost City tours that in the U.S. and then we need to get you guys to the U.K. I have a lot of U.K. listeners and followers. That
He
would be
may.
cool. Yeah.
He may. I know that he looked in Canada.
Oh,
He also,
I have a lot of Canada followers.
yeah, he looked in, I know that he looked down in Tijuana, maybe somewhere like that. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But the UK had been brought up a few times.
I love it.
Yeah, I think we would do really good
Yeah.
there
Oh, yeah.
because, he employs local
Yeah.
people. We have corporate and stuff, or, corporates.
Yeah.
But I mean, he doesn't even like to call it a corporate. He calls it, you know, that we're just a big extended family.
Oh,
And they treat you like that.
well, you can tell everybody here is like family. It's awesome. Even you guys, they've been treating me amazing here. As you can hear, they're going to be taking a tour out, and it's amazing that, and you can just see the excitement and the passion that even all the tour guides have. And they get all dressed up in the old, you know, the old time. I don't know, what do you call the clothing?
Just period dress. Yeah, they dress up in.
Yeah.
And what they feel would be what a lot of them would have wore down, you know, obviously Gettysburg Civil War related. So that's the way they do it.
I love it.
And I have some guides that they dress up in soldiers' uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them, like another guy, he dresses up in a almost like a Josh Gates kind of traveler type of thing. I've had some eccentric people here.
That's what makes it, though.
Yeah, I had a gentleman here that he did movie props and stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Lived in California a while. And
That's so cool.
so he pulls his outfit out in here the first day he was going out.
Fun job.
And it was a white, completely white suit, but it had blood all over it, or fake blood with bullet holes. And I'm like, I don't know what they're going to think about this. Ended up that the kids loved it. He did the all ages.
Oh.
So that was a first. You know, but I mean, I've obviously had the witches and you know, this, that, but yeah, that was
fun. That's fun.
That was a really wild. Wasn't sure how that one's going to end up, but you know,
But it worked out very
good. It seemed as if.
Well, everything happens for a reason, and you know, I was excited for tonight. Speaking of everything happens for a reason, because Andy invited me to come into the Ghost City tours to do readings, and you know, as a medium, I just have been picking up all the beautiful energy and spirits, and I've had, you know, 4 or 5 readings come, and I've been picking up names exactly with their loved ones that have crossed over, and it's been amazing. And I credit it to even the energy around. It's a big part of it.
That's
So,
big deal.
So I'm excited to see what we come up with you, my friend.
We'll see.
I can't wait. And I know all of my fans and viewers are excited too. So, but we're going to do a little quick reading here. But as many of you know, that on my podcast, I use tarot cards, but I really just use the cards more as a kind of a visual validation of what my gifts are giving to me.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just, for sake of time, that we're going to spread these out really quick. And you, my friend, are going to pull. And I always say it always happens to be whatever, you know, whatever happens is supposed to be what happens. So I want you to pick 2 cards and then hand them to me face down. And we'll see how these validate with your energy and what's coming.
That's what I'm feeling.
Okay, perfect. I love it. Never ever question your intuition, my friend.
Right.
Ever. I love it. Okay. Now, where are you from again? Where are you?
Grew up in Virginia in the Shenandoah Valley.
Oh, Virginia. Okay.
A little bit south of Winchester, Virginia, which is a big, you know, civil war related town.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I grew up right beside Cedar Creek
Well,
Valley.
you have that strong accent.
Yeah.
In there. So the producer and his wife are from South Carolina, and they've got that thick accent too.
Right.
Dave and his wife, yeah, they're amazing. And I can always hear that. But everyone says Utah people have a little bit of an accent. I don't hear it though. I don't think I do. No, I don't think so either. But who knows? But all right, so I'm going to just show on the camera the cards you pulled. So the 2 cards for Andy, we've got this 9 of Pentacles. And look at that card, that 3 of Swords card. Now, these both came out upside down, my friend. So what that really means is that at the moment, in a personal sense, you are doing some what we call shadow work. So it's what you're doing to work on yourself. It's really about the things that you don't so much like about what you've been doing in your life and making those changes. And you know, I do know of some things that you've done physically with your health that you've been working on, which is what this is really about too.
Gotcha.
So just some personal things that I'm really getting more than anything is the fact that if you look at how interesting, we were just talking about the heart and about, you know, you've got a great heart, you've got great blood pressure, but you've lost a lot of weight. But I'll tell you what, my friend, you have a very, very strong, as I feel, you've had in this building, a very strong father. And this is paternal side. So this would be grandfather, but this is very much someone who has had the issues with the heart, with the circulation issues. So or this could be mom's dad as well. So very father side, if you will, father based. So, but anytime that card comes up too, this is also about, hang on, I just heard something else. Now, in all fairness, I know some things about you, but I really don't, because I don't really pay much attention to even social media. So, I know you said you're from Virginia. Basically, that's a big part of where you have a lot of family in that area too.
Yeah.
Okay. So, mom passed?
No.
Okay. Oh, that was the one we were talking about today, that you were talking about your grandma's like 100 and something years old, right? It's 105. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm going to tell you what you've got. Where is dad? Dad is passed. Okay.
Yep.
This is the mail. Okay. Wanting to bring up mom. It's very interesting. So dad is wanting to mention mom at the moment. And the look on your face, you're like, why is that? Well, sometimes they come in and they want to talk about our loved ones here because of either health issues or things going on in their life. So they'll come through to want to validate what's going on in their present, in the physical world. So, but hang on one second. You had the liver issues, and I've got it, liver.
Not mom or dad, but I do know what you're talking about.
Okay. Who passed to the liver or has the liver issues?
My cousin.
Yeah. Okay. Has passed?
Not yet.
Okay. But getting very, okay.
Possibly,
But
yeah.
this is, okay. So this is dad coming in and wanting, even if this is the opposite side, would be wanting to talk about the cousin that's happening.
No. Sorry, that would be my sister.
Oh, sister.
Yeah, I didn't think about shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Not sure she passed from that. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
she did have issues. Yeah.
Okay. So that would make sense why dad is here wanting to bring up your sister.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. And sister had issues with the liver, Okay. Okay. Well, you're very close with your sister. There's a very strong bond with her here, even in this location. She is who I've been picking up on a lot in here.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of sense of being. But what's interesting is I don't know if she's a fan of all this because there's a sense of also wanting to be here for you, but not all this, if that makes sense.
It does.
So, yeah. Okay. But she's the one that wanted also where I feel she's, by the way, for those who are wondering, I'm over here scribbling. This is called psychography or automated writing. How mediums do to get energy out. But this really is about your dad coming in. Now this will validate dad and sister are together. So where that comes in. Your sister said dad and I are good. I just heard her say dad and I are good. So they're coming in together. Were they having any kind of issues at the time that even the dad passed?
Not with each other.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right.
They had a really strong,
They had a good bond. Okay.
Yeah.
So dad and I are good. There is an issue. Hang on. Who was Louise or Lois? Boy, I just heard that name. Or Lewis.
I think my grandmother, who I never met, was Louise.
Grandma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's like Ellen Louise, something like that.
Okay. All right. So this would be even just you're bringing in all the loved ones on the other side. That would be the grandma where the mother I was feeling earlier.
That would it be family then?
Yeah. It doesn't always have to be family.
So I do have a Louise that I worked with that I was pretty close with.
Ah. And she passed.
She'd be a strong
Okay.
energy.
And she is
was.
passed?
Yeah.
Ah,
I
okay.
wonder if that's her.
That's her. You just gave me. So I get these validation chills whenever you validate when the soul is trying to tell me. And you just, because I didn't get it much from grandma, but the minute you said you worked with Louise that passed, that is what this is. So I got chills.
She was like her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was grandma.
Grandma. Yeah. This is
So
grandma.
that makes sense.
Oh, I love it. So Grandma Louise is here. Well, no wonder why she's very present here too. In in this space, I guess, if you will. So I love that. Now, Dad, do you look like your dad?
A little bit.
Do you have a little bit?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Yeah. There's I just even as I'm feeling your dad's mentioning the fact that that you really have dodged and I mean this with a lot of love and respect, you've dodged a bullet when it comes to hereditary handed down health issues. As Dad is saying, we're glad that you've taken care of yourself and your health, because there have been some things there.
Right.
So, and Dad is like, you dodged a bullet, like no pun intended, you know, we're in Gettysburg.
No, that
So,
makes
right.
sense. Yeah.
You understand
That
that?
makes sense. Yeah.
And your sister, okay. Wait, I just heard, what was your sister's name?
Wendy.
Wendy, okay. Kept hearing a name like C-A-R, Karen or Carrie. Does that name connect with you at all? Living or past? Okay. I know we have someone else in the building. I might be connected with some of their, so we'll put that to the side. Okay, beautiful. Now, okay. Your sister, I know we talked about the liver, but there's a sense of where I feel for her that she had been sick for quite some time, my friend. She's showing me that she had been sick for quite some time with, and well, you know, when you feel like, oh, I got a stomach ache, so I just still chalk it up to the fact that, oh, I just ate something bad, or, you know, that it's not that exactly, but where she was sick for quite some time, but I took longer to have this looked at because I thought it was something else. So do you understand that? Okay. Your sister's funny. Like, I don't know what this is, but there's a sense of her being really loud. So when I hear the other side, either she's right in my ear or she was just loud in general. So was she quiet? Okay. I'm like, she's really loud. And even if today. So how do you connect with the number 18? Boy, she just showed me 18. That came up pretty strong, my friend. So 18th of a month, 2018, January 8th. This will be, now remember, we do have Dad and your sister very strong at the moment. So for 2018, that's a very significant year. But yeah, that's not going away. So they must be, anytime anything comes up that takes a minute to connect with, I always say, take it with you. It will connect later.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. Oh, when did Dad pass? Do you remember? Do you recall?
Actually, it's been 11 years, probably 12 years, something like that.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, hold on. What's it, 2018?
2000.
So you're thinking if it was.
Well, your dad keeps saying it's me. So the 18, which 2018 would be what? Well, that would be 7 years
less
ago.
than that. Yeah,
That's 7 years ago. Okay. So keep that 18 in mind with Dad, or the January 8th, with Dad, being that 18 is coming up really strong. January 8th too, 1 and 8 can be that as well. So keep that in mind.
Okay. What the 18th is.
What is that?
That's so my son's mom, my ex-wife, passed 2018, but also her birthday is January 18th. So
your ex-wife here.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me
okay.
at all.
Got it.
Does not surprise me
That's
at all.
incredible. Wow, you just gave me chills. Ooh, gave me goosebumps. Okay. So what I love is that we've got sister who is coming through really strong with Dad. And then we've got your, your departed ex-wife who's coming in. And that's funny, is I'm hearing the 18, it wouldn't go away. So that's where they get very demanding. They're like, no, you know what this is.
Trying to go, but now
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
So she passed in 2018, but then on the 18th was that significant date for her. Is that right?
Yes.
You're saying, okay. All right. So her presence being here very much. And you guys have, you have a son together?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, she, wow. I just keep hearing her say, tell him it's about time. Tell him it's about time. Something just happened that he finally did. I don't know what the heck this means. So
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that as long as you know. But she's very, very, and I know this is something that I say, I don't like the vanilla stuff. I don't want them to just say, I love you, I miss you, I'm here. and to say I'm proud of you is really hard for me to validate. But there's a sense of your, of your ex-wife being very, very proud, but not of just of your son, but of you as well for what you have done, and gotten your son to where he is now, and where she's saying it's about time. It's like, kind of giving you crap, but yeah, where we've gotten this far. And she, she's okay. Boy, she is a strong energy, huh? She's a strong soul.
That is.
Yeah, you do know. What is
Yeah,
that?
that's her mom.
Yeah. Oh, her mom?
Yeah.
What's her mom's name?
Dina Louise.
Dina.
Yeah.
There's all the Louises.
Mhm.
Because I kept hearing Lois and Louise. Okay.
Yep.
So this is her validating she's with mama.
Gotcha.
Yep. Okay. All
That's
right.
not surprising whatsoever.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. Well, when you're in this space too, with all this amazing energy, with the Gettysburg and the energy here and the souls, it doesn't surprise me that we're getting all of this energy. And you, my friend, are very gifted as well. So one thing that I'll tell you that I've been picking up on just while you're sitting so close to me. So your left side of your body is your divine, this is your divine feminine. Your right is your divine masculine.
Okay.
So when I sit with you, you carry a lot of that divine feminine energy, which I know sounds really weird to say.
No,
but
that makes
do
sense.
you understand?
Absolutely, but
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, you carry a lot of that beautiful divine feminine energy where it is connected to the women in your life who were also very gifted. And so, this is a line of even, grandmother, mother, whatever it may be, and why you have been drawn to this, being here, the kind of work you do, and even in the paranormal field of why you're so passionate about it, because it's what you are supposed to do with your life. This is your purpose,
I'll
my
give
friend.
as much. Yeah.
This is your purpose, and I love it for you. I think some of your blockages, I would say, if you're okay, I'm, open to.
Absolutely. Whatever. Yeah.
I feel a lot of that is really literally, it's the past. It's the past stuff that you've been holding on to that is not serving you in a good way. So, yeah. And that's where
it makes complete sense. Yeah.
And once you're able to get, in a sense, past that, work on that, however you want to look at it, and heal and move forward, then you will be able to connect even stronger to your gifts and your abilities. So men are very, even when I do readings for men, they're very guarded. They struggle with, even doing this kind of stuff because they feel it's not for them, and I don't know if it's just the, way that men feel like they, they have to, everybody needs a reading. Everybody does. But I found more men can be more open and gifted than anything. They just need to know how to tap into it better, and
You're working on that one. Yeah.
That's good. I love it. Well, you've been taking care of yourself, which I love that. That's the first step, right?
Yes.
Your health. So you got to take care of the inside to get, outside, and then of course your energy. But I love, even just as we're picking up on all of your loved ones here, one thing that I noticed with your cards that is I was showing everybody here too, but numbers are huge. Numbers are big. Numerology is huge in my readings.
Okay.
And one thing you mentioned earlier, I think you had said someone had been gone about 12 years. Is that right? 12 years ago, I think you had said, was that your mama? Okay, I couldn't remember who that was that you had mentioned earlier, or not mom, I'm sorry. I can't remember who you said that was, but when I've been looking at your cards, you're the 9 and the 3, where 9 plus 3 is 12. There's a really strong connection with even that number 12. So keep that in mind. So December, the 12th of the month, as being a very strong number, either with someone here or you were someone connected to you personally.
Okay.
So just kind of keep that in mind for sure. When is your if you want to share, when is your birthday?
Valentine's Day.
It's Valentine's Day?
It is.
Oh my gosh, how crazy is that? Okay. I have to show you something. I might have to show it on camera here with all the people, but when the couple that was here before that came in to get a reading done, did I write that down? I can't believe your birthday is Valentine's Day. That's awesome. I could not get so the number 14 kept coming up. I'm like, it's Valentine's Day. And then the number 2, well, it's February 14th. I'll have to see if I
That's
can
crazy.
show this
That's
on
crazy.
camera. I don't know if Dave can zoom in on that, but that February 4th, this is my crazy. It's you. So your loved ones that have been here since the reading before you and kept bringing up Valentine's Day. And the couple here is like, no, we didn't connect with that. I thought, oh, it's got to be Sandy.
That's it.
There's someone's coming up, bring up your name. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. But these are the things I love when we, trust in the things that we're seeing and hearing and feeling and knowing that we all can do this. We all can have these beautiful abilities to, connect with our loved ones that have passed, or watching for the signs and the symbols, right?
Well, I walked with a lot of high anxiety most of my life, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And then I started kind of opening it up to, I don't even know how to describe it, but they kind of just come up on me and start talking. I can't see who it is or what they look like.
Yeah.
But I can telepathically, I guess, hear what they're saying, and then they validate it and so when I started, I was more nervous about walking up to a stranger and saying, do you have an Aunt Judy or something like that?
Oh,
So
I'm still that way. I'm still that
So I
way.
started doing it here.
Yeah.
And
love
the amount of anxiety that came off of me.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that makes sense that I've been holding like all these people coming and talking to me. And I'm like holding all of their
that
anxiety of trying to get out to whoever they're talking to. So I just go with it now, you know what I mean? And sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't, but more
than anything. That's why I tell people too, as I do my readings. I know we've got about 1 more minute. It's my producer put, look at that. I'm good. 1 more minute. But it's really about listening to what your intuition is bringing you, whether it's a voice that pops in your head or a vision. So, well, this has been fun. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, yes. Well, I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, I kind of knew that some of them with me already,
Well, I'm
My
excited.
sister I wasn't sure about yet because I wasn't sure she'd know how to
come through quite yet.
I don't know what's on the other side, as in how they can
how they do all this. So I don't even know how I do all this either.
I feel you. Same way.
I love it. Well, I love it. Well, thanks you guys. That was so fun. I am here in Gettysburg at Ghost City Tours, and I will be here for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Come out if you're out this way. Come see me. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next week. Okay, bye guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I'm Margaret Phillips. I'm the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am an intuitive life coach, a psychic medium, a pranic energy healer, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, and a certified hypnotherapist. You can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com, or you can find me on my Facebook page at Angels Always Around Us. My TikTok is at Angel Margaret P with the number 8. My Instagram is just at Angel Margaret P. And I think that's all my social media chat. Oh, and you can also find me Angels Always Around Us on YouTube. So a couple of things while we're waiting for our caller to connect. Just let you know of some upcoming events I have. Okay, every Monday through Friday at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, and my YouTube channel, Angels Always Around Us. I am doing angelic morning moments where you can start your day with me. We'll do a quick grounding exercise, and then we'll do an inspirational card or message of the day. It's really great. We started that this week. I got many requests for my podcast to start back up, so I started doing that. And, you know, every day it's a little different, so it's never the same thing twice. So make sure you pop in when you can. You can also watch the replay on my social media channels, live replay, either way works for you. Also, every Tuesday, just like today, I am here on A1 Radio, A1R Radio. We have that's 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, and you can access that through A1R Radio Psychic Facebook page. The first Wednesday of every month at 12:45 Eastern Standard Time is my Angelic Insights Cafe. That is free, and it is on Zoom. That is, again, first Wednesday every month at 12:45. And one last thing, on starting August 21st this month at 6 p.m., again on Zoom, the third Thursday of the month, Your Path to Thrive. This month for August, we are doing August alignment, intuitive prep for your thriving fall. We are going to clear some energy and set some intentions. We are going to do some work and get you ready so that you can thrive this fall, not just survive. So if you feel like you've been stuck or you're just going through the motions, let's get you set up, and Your Path to Thrive is all for you. You can come this month, come next month, come every month, come when you can. It doesn't matter. Again, that's the third Thursday every month, 6 o'clock on Zoom. Starting on August 21st, you can again check out my website or my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, to find out more information about that. And hello, Fran from Raleigh, North Carolina. How are you today?
I'm very good, thank you.
How can I help you today?
Day. Just a general reading, I think.
Okay. See how much more interesting your life is going to get?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to see how much more interesting your life's going to get when the calm is coming from the chaos?
Yeah. Just a general idea.
Okay. Just bear with me 1 second.
Sure.
Well, I have some great news for you, Fran. You know, I mentioned,
Awesome.
if you wanted to see when the calm from the chaos is coming, boom, look at that. That first card is Shanti, and she is the angel of peace. She is coming to tell you that you do have peace coming on the horizon. Things will start to settle down. Just be patient for a little while longer. I know you've been kind of through some topsy-turvy stuff. And, for those of you other than Fran who are listening, I know the energy has been really weird the past month or so. It'll settle down, guys. Just hang in there. And for you, especially, Fran, what I'm hearing is 3 to 5 more weeks. I know that might sound like, oh my gosh, that sounds forever, but it's not. And just keep praying to your angels,
no.
praying to your higher powers, asking them to continue to give you the added strength. And what I'm hearing, what is going to help you, Fran, more importantly, is gratitude. How often do you do gratitude lists ever?
Actually, I try to make a practice every day.
Mm-hmm. Do you write down or do you just do it in your head?
I do it in my head. I have a ritual that I go through it at night that, I thank my angels and spirit guides and family and spirit for
That's
signs,
awesome.
synchronicities.
That's awesome. Like I said, though, maybe see if when you first get up in the morning, you can think of 3 things that you're grateful for. I know you said you usually do your ritual at night. Try doing it in the morning as well. Just think of 3 things in the morning before you start your day. After you wake up, you open your eyes, go to the bathroom, shake the cobwebs out. And then before you, leave that area, go ahead and think of 3 things that you're grateful for. Gratitude lists are great.
Okay.
You already got a great nighttime practice in, it sounds like. And again, what I hear is you just need a little bit more energy set to your situation, and the gratitude will help that morning gratitude, finding and I will tell you guys from personal experience, when you first start doing gratitude lists in the morning, if you've done them for a long time, I did the same thing you did, Fran. I did them at night. Okay. And sometimes it can be a little tricky in the morning because you just woke up. What are you grateful for other than breathing?
Right.
But if you take a minute and you step back, you will find things. And trust me, when you start with that 3 things you're grateful for before you allow the rest of the world to get in, it makes a huge difference in your day.
Right.
So again, Shanti says that there's peace coming in about 3 to 5 weeks. Things will start settling down to the point where you'll actually feel the peace. What I hear is in about 2 weeks, you'll start to see some of the peacefulness come in. But in about 3 to 5 weeks, you'll be like, oh, thank God. So along with that peace, though, I will tell you, Fran, you've got a message from Isabella here. And Isabella is telling you that it is time to start a new venture for you. So I know you're probably thinking, oh my God, is this lady crazy? There's so much going on and she thinks I'm going to start something new. But again, this comes after the peace comes in. So, the next 3 to 5 weeks, you can kind of kick around some other ideas that you've been thinking about, kind of work on maybe seeing what feels like it should be materializing in your energy field right now. But wait until the peace comes before you start putting that into place. Because like I said, Shanti was first, so we got to kind of let things play out in order so that we can get you the best way possible. So if you try to jump in and start your new venture first, you're going to drive yourself crazy. But let the peace come. Once things start settling, then start your new project. And as you start your new project, Serafina is coming to you. And she is the angel of families. And she says there is a happy change coming after you start your new venture. So this looks like, I know we're already in a family change. So what I feel is I feel more happiness. And again, piggybacking off of Shanti, I feel a lot of peace coming into your family. I feel things are going to start settling down.
What? I'm sorry?
A lot of peace. You guys are going to be able to communicate better. And people who've been hiding their feelings, it feels like probably about January-ish, they're going to start actually sharing their feelings instead of, sticking everybody out and making people wonder what they're thinking. And that's going to add more peace and more happiness, because when you communicate well, it makes it better for everybody.
Yeah,
Do you
for
have any
my family
questions?
too. Yeah. I'm sorry?
So I said, do you have any questions about anything?
Well, actually, I read oracle cards, and I've been doing practice readings. And today I was offered money, and it's like, But I guess it's
Fran,
time.
remember
Can
what I
you
said about your new
oracle
venture?
cards? Say again?
I said, remember what I said about your new venture coming?
Right. Well, I've got several actually, but that's just one of them. And, I guess it's, what is it? Imposter syndrome. You know what I mean?
Don't listen to that crap. That's all in your head. That's society conditioning. You've been doing it for a while. Yeah. If you want, feel free to send me a message on Facebook and we can get together. And, if you want, you and I can talk a little bit. I can see if I can help you a little bit with your self-confidence. But yeah, don't, you've got time. So, since you brought it up, imposter syndrome, for those of you who don't know, is when you feel like you don't know what you're doing when you actually know what you're doing. Sometimes, self-esteem issues can do that. I will tell you what, Fran, I would like to offer you something. So at the beginning of this video, I had talked about Your Path to Thrive, my August alignment. That workshop is $50. It happens once a month. If you message me on Facebook, I would like to offer you the opportunity to attend that for free so we can work on getting you where you need to go.
Okay.
And I will tell you, this is a special thing I don't offer for anybody listening. And so, I have not offered this free to anybody. Okay. This is just one thing that Spirit is telling me to do to help you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. However, I don't recall what you said. How do I get there and when it is and everything? Is there someone that can text me?
So you can text. Maybe I can check after the radio show, but you can also visit my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us.
Angels Always Around Us. Okay.
Yes, and you'll see it there. It's on the event page. It also has, it's got a picture of a lady kind of meditating, and she's got like some fire going on in the background behind her.
Okay.
So you'll see it there. Like I said, you can also message me, send me a message on Facebook. We'll chat. We'll get you all hooked up. Does that sound good?
That sounds great. Angels Always Around Us. I'm not where I can write it down, so I'm trying to remember. If somebody could text all that to me, that would be wonderful.
Like I said, I will check with the producer after the show.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
You're welcome. And thank you very much, Fran. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. You have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. And again, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. You can join me every Monday through Friday at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for Angelic Morning Moments, where we will start the day off. In about 10-15 minutes, we'll do a little grounding, do a message for the day. Feel free to join me. Check out my website at Angels Always Around Us, or check out my Facebook page or YouTube at Angels Always Around Us. I hope you guys all have a fantastic day, and I will see you around.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from MMAstrovibes.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Zodiac Zone
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Happy Thursday. Just wanted to kind of say a few things to you for this Thursday. We have a full moon on Saturday, and it's in Aquarius. And a lot of people get confused about full moons versus new moons. You know, what does that mean? So a full moon is always about releasing energy. And just wanted to kind of read a couple of things about Aquarius. So this Saturday, here are some things that you can do to help you with this full moon in Aquarius. Aquarius is a sign of innovation, rebellion, and the higher mind. It's also considered in Western astrology the 11th house. So it's about friends, groups, and some of the things that you could do this Saturday is it's a great time to release limiting beliefs around fitting in or being too weird. Also, belonging versus individuality, especially in a group dynamic. A lot of times a person with, depending on the way the Aquarius is aspected in a chart, could feel that, wow, I either don't belong or I really want to kind of almost be part of this group. So these are some things to think about. Another thing is clarity around, like I said, friendships, group roles, or community alignment. So these are some of the things that you have to ask yourself for this Saturday. And it's really about releasing what is not, when you think about this intuitively, what is not working for you. And really, when I talk about what is your body telling you, I ask my clients, when they ask me things, I say, well, how do you feel? The body focus here could be, it's really important to hydrate. It's really important to ground. And here's something that you can try maybe on Saturday, kind of unplug from your technology. A lot of times we're too connected to technology, and it kind of can create a disconnect in our nervous system, because our nervous system is always like, okay, got to read my email, got to look on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, what's going on? So maybe take a day to kind of disconnect from all this and see how that feels. And I think ritual ideas are burn old beliefs and journal about where you want more freedom. Like, what is important to you as far as freedom? Freedom from having this thought about yourself in this group. So that's some of the things that I wanted to tell you about the full moon in Aquarius. As you know, we, for almost the last 3 weeks, have had this very draining retrograde in Leo. And I don't know how you guys feel, but I have found that this Mercury retrograde is kicking my behind. It's because it's in Leo. So here are some of the things that I wanted to point out. And remember, we're on the end of this. Thank the universe. So some of the things you could feel is miscommunication around ego, pride, or creativity may arise. With a retrograde, don't make any new decisions. It's really a time to review, reassess, revise, not initiating anything new. And I would say the most important thing, the reason why this retrograde is so difficult, is because that ego is always getting in the way. So it's probably blocking things like, what is my heart desire? Or, gosh, I just want to have fun. I want to be childlike, So I think that when, on Monday, when Mercury goes direct, I feel like things are going to be a lot lighter, and just wanted to point that out to you. So wanted to say, I wanted to do a reading. Candace in San Francisco?
Yes, I'm here.
You there?
Hi.
Hi, how are you
I'm here.
tonight? Have you
Good.
been able to
How are
relate
you?
to any of these things that I've been talking about as far as
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this retrograde is not too much fun.
No, not at all. It's
Not
yeah,
at
no.
all. We'll be happy when Monday comes, right? It's when it finally goes direct. Okay, so I am a vibrationary evolutionary astrologer. I'm going to really look at your chart and see, help you get to your highest vibration and kind of, look at it from an evolutionary standpoint. So what is your birthday? Day, month, year?
1/1/81.
1/1/81. Wow. That's cool. What is your time, your birth time?
11 p.m.
11 p.m. And city and state you were born?
Reno, Nevada.
Reno, Nevada. Okay. Okay. Got you. So, I feel like with all this Aquarian energy, it's probably you can relate to, especially this full moon in Aquarius. I know you're a Capricorn, but okay. So your south node, it's interesting. Your south node is an Aquarius in the 5th house, and your north node is in Leo in the 11th house. So it's kind of like, think of Aquarius, Leo, like the haves, the have-nots. So it's kind of like one of these things that it's like you like to be in a group or a group setting, you have goals, but you really came here to do something that's very heart-filled within a group. That is where it's like, I think that's where you're going to find your best case scenario of you getting to your highest vibration. So you came here to really speak and teach the group and really get into kind of being the star of the show, if this all makes sense to you. I feel that you didn't have much of a childhood. You have Saturn in the 1st house, where you were kind of almost born this adult. You're a very strong person. You're a very positive person. Your mind is extraordinarily active. I mean, you're the type of person that can think of all these crazy ideas in the middle of the night, and you go very, very deep because you have Uranus in the 3rd house. The problem is that you don't like change and you get stuck. You get stuck because you have Chiron being the wounded healer. Chiron is in the 8th house. So it's like, oh my gosh, even though I'm stuck in this position and I don't like it, I know I'm almost afraid to know what's going to happen next. I want it to change, but I'm afraid to make the move. I think the easiest way to heal this Chiron is to actually make the move. Listen to your heart, listen to yourself. Don't think of it as a goal or something that you have to do to kind of keep up with things. Listen to, like, how does your body feel? Just this, for me to make this move or this change or whatever that is that you're looking to do. Sometimes I would say too, it's going to be a little bit tough to have Neptune in the 3rd house, because sometimes things seem real when they're not really real, so it's like, why am I thinking this? This is not, so it's always this thing where you have to kind of ground yourself and be in that state of, okay, I'm just gonna, because it's very easy for you to kind of go off in la la land and not want to come back, So I would say for the most important thing for you to do is to ground yourself. And really on Saturday, release the energy that is just not working for you anymore. You know, where you're like, really think about what it is that you love and want to accomplish while you're here in this time in your life. And really, I feel like all of us can manifest if we're in the right state of consciousness to manifest, when we're not feeling stuck, when we're not worrying about things. That's when the true magic happens. Does this all make sense to you?
Yeah, no, it's making perfect sense, definitely. I'm definitely stuck right now, so.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very important moon for you, a full moon, to release a lot of this on Saturday. And make it a ritual. Make it a ritual. Like I said in the earlier part of my segment, I really think maybe detaching from the internet, from social media, from things like that is going to give you some clarity too. I mean, it's really about you getting into your Leo energy and doing something with your heart, being the star of something, getting up there. The Leo is the actor, the performer. So it's like you kind of performing whatever it is that you are drawn to do in front of a group, if that all makes sense, or something that is going to help the group dynamics.
Yeah, that
and the
makes
group can
sense.
be any type of group. That is what your purpose in life is. That's what you came here to do. You're a Capricorn, so I'm sure you're pretty focused and uber, and your midheaven is in the 9th house. So it's really about the betterment of people, the universe, things like that. It's not so much about you. So hope that helps, and just do some definitely on Saturday.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so just wanted to kind of give everybody a little snapshot on what I do. And like I said, go out there and just know that the retrograde is going to be over on Monday, and go and focus on what you have to release.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Stellar Parenting
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about combining the science with the magic of the stars and teaching parents, guardians, caretakers, teachers as well, how to understand children from a stellar level, understanding them from their natal chart and deepening the relationship and the connection that way. If you are interested in working with me, please visit my website at brandycon.com. I look forward to hearing from you. So today we've got transits for this week, really exciting energy for this week to talk about. And today is a really magical day. So stick with me and I'll tell you all about that. And towards the end of this show, there is time for a caller. So if you are interested in having a tarot spread as far as what you can expect for the month of August, please call into the show. I'd love to hear from you. So let's jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into the transits. Let's jump into the energy this week. What is going on? Well, yesterday, guess what? Mercury finally moved direct. So we've had Mercury retrograde for the last 4 weeks, okay? And so yesterday, August the 11th, Mercury finally moved direct, came out of retrograde at 4 degrees of Leo. So after several weeks of cosmic slowdowns, Mercury is finally moving direct again. And if you've been feeling like you've been living in a haze of delays and detours and misunderstandings, this is your cue that the mental fog is finally starting to lift. So when Mercury is retrograde, it's common to feel like you're paddling upstream. Emails may go missing. Travel plans shift unexpectedly, and conversations get misinterpreted. And technology even seems to have a mind of its own. And many people also find themselves revisiting the past as far as old relationships or unfinished projects or unresolved emotions. All of that stuff tends to resurface so that it can be sorted out during Mercury retrograde. But now that Mercury is moving forward, Mercury is direct, we now enter a phase of renewed clarity and momentum. So conversations start to flow more easily. So your communication should be much easier now, and plans begin to move ahead. And it feels safer to make commitments or to go ahead and set things in stone. However, there's still what we astrologers call the post-shadow period, which usually will last for about a week or two after Mercury turns direct. I'm going to go more for about a week after Mercury turns direct. So this means that Mercury is moving forward, but retracing the degrees that it traveled during the retrograde. Okay, so while the worst of the confusion is behind us, it's best to ease in gently to everything rather than to jump in full steam ahead. Okay, so think of this like merging onto the freeway. You don't slam your foot on the gas the second that you're merging and trying to get on the freeway. You gradually build momentum so that you can merge smoothly. And that's how I want you to navigate Mercury moving direct. Let's move gently. Let's move consciously and intentionally before moving full speed ahead. So here's some things not to do, at least not right away. I don't want you to rush any major decisions on the exact day that Mercury turns direct. So that would have been yesterday, August the 11th, today, August the 12th. Give everything a day or two just to stabilize. Okay. Also, avoid overloading your schedule. So, yes, momentum is returning, but pacing is key. Pacing is very important. And don't assume misunderstandings have completely vanished. Okay. I still want you to double check details for about another week. If you can, please avoid buying major electronics until we're a few days out of this station point. If you absolutely have to go buy that laptop because school is starting for your child or for your college student, make sure that there's a good return policy in place and you keep your receipt in case there are any issues. And don't forget to tie up loose ends from the retrograde period before starting something brand new. What I want you to do, okay? I want you to finalize agreements during this time. It's good, all right? So agreements about things that you've been reviewing during Mercury retrograde. And schedule important meetings or interviews now that communication is going to flow more smoothly. You can feel a little bit more comfortable or confident about doing that. It's also a really great time, guys, to update your tech and back up your files. So systems tend to behave better now that Mercury is stationing direct and will be moving forward. And it's also a great time to have important conversations, to clear the air, or to reconnect with people maybe that you may have had a misunderstanding with during Mercury retrograde. For those of you who are parents, okay, let's avoid jumping into a brand new set of rules overnight. All right. Let change be gradual so that your children can really adapt. And also, like I said, school is getting ready to start. All of the extracurricular activities are getting ready to start up again. So we want to avoid overscheduling our children. Now that things are moving again, we still want to leave some breathing room in the calendar for flexibility. And also, we want to avoid assuming that everything is going to be fixed instantly. So the faulty thinking here would be, oh, now Mercury is moving direct. Mercury's not retrograde. I don't have to double check any details. That's not correct. Patience is still going to be your best friend during this post-shadow period. And if you're a parent and you have a child who tends to be quieter, maybe keeps their feelings close to their chest, check on them because they might need extra support during this time expressing their feelings. Now, what you can do, parents, revisit your family routines, okay? Clarify morning schedules, after school activities, and bedtime rituals so that everyone knows what to expect. And have family meetings to clear up any lingering misunderstandings and create space for your children to share what's on their mind. Also, look out for after school plans or school communication, anything that may have been missed or delayed during the retrograde, any emails from teachers, text messages from school systems. Make sure that you're caught up on everything. You also want to repair or replace any tech items that your family relies on. So that would be laptops, tablets, or even the Wi-Fi setup. We need to double check so that homework and communication run smoothly. Also, yesterday, we did have Saturn and in the sign of Aries at 1 degree, sextiling Uranus at 1 degree of Gemini. And you're probably still going to feel this today and tomorrow. So this is a cosmic teamwork transit between two very different energies. So we've got Saturn, the planet of structure and responsibility and commitment and discipline, and Uranus, the planet of innovation and change. And when they form a harmonious sextile, it's like blending the wisdom of experience with the courage to try something new. So with Saturn and Aries, we are being called to take disciplined action and to set personal boundaries and to work toward our goals with bold determination. Aries, the sign that Saturn is in, brings passion and drive. But Saturn will ensure that we channel that fire, channel that passion in a way that's productive and sustainable. Meanwhile, we've got Uranus in the sign of Gemini, and Uranus in Gemini is shaking up how we think, how we communicate, and how we learn. And it's really encouraging us to be more flexible, to be more curious, and to adopt a fresh perspective, especially in the way that we share ideas and connect with others. So when these two energies work together in a sextile, the result is constructive change. This isn't about chaos, and it's not about rebellion for its own sake. This is change that is thoughtfully planned, that's well timed, and that's likely to stick. It's a perfect window for making upgrades in life that really balance tradition with innovation. But let's avoid making sudden extreme changes without considering the ripple effects. We also don't want to dismiss tried and true wisdom just because something newer is available. And let's not over control the process. Let's leave some room for flexibility and experimentation. Those are Uranian qualities. So I want you to introduce new routines or systems that make life easier without throwing out what's already working for you. And have open conversations with family members about trying new approaches to old problems. We can also blend technology with tradition. So we can use modern tools to support time-tested parenting strategies, and we can encourage our children to take safe risks like trying a new skill or a new activity with a safety net in place. Now, for parents, this transit is an excellent time to show your children that rules and freedom can coexist together in a beautiful way. It's a teachable moment about how structure doesn't have to feel restrictive necessarily. It can actually make change easier to handle. So the message for parents here is simple. Be open to updating your approach, but anchor it in values and systems that give your child a sense of stability. Today is the magical day. We've got Venus conjunct Jupiter at 14 degrees of Cancer. You will still be feeling this energy on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of August for the rest of the week. This is one of the most beautiful and beneficial transits of the entire year. It's a cosmic moment when the planet of love, beauty, and harmony, which is Venus, joins forces with the planet of abundance, blessings, opportunity, and growth, Jupiter. And because it's happening in the sign of Cancer, which is the sign of home, family, and emotional security, the focus is on love and expansion within the heart space. So Venus in Cancer wants deep connection and tenderness and nurturing. And Jupiter in Cancer amplifies those themes, bringing generosity and warmth and a heightened desire to protect and care for the people that we love. So together they create a wave of emotional fulfillment and compassion and even material blessings. So this is an excellent time for strengthening bonds, whether that means reconnecting with family or creating more joy in your home or making meaningful gestures toward the people who matter most. It's also a wonderful transit for creative expression and for beautifying your space and leaning into gratitude. But I want you to avoid overindulgence. Jupiter can magnify Venus's love of comfort and pleasure, so watch for overspending and emotional eating. Also, avoid taking your relationships for granted. And remember, blessings grow when they are nurtured. Let's also avoid necessary boundaries, okay? So Cancer energy can sometimes cling, and remember that healthy love includes space. So, what can you do during this transit? You can spend quality time with family or family of your choice, cook a meal together, reminisce, or create a new memory. Also, beautify your home environment. So, add flowers, rearrange the furniture, or create a cozy space for connection. Express love and appreciation openly because it will be felt deeply and warmly. And start a creative or artistic project that comes from an emotional connection that has deep meaning for you. For parents, this is a cosmic invitation. This transit is a cosmic invitation to wrap your children in extra love, warmth, and emotional reassurance. So, Venus and Jupiter together in Cancer create a deeply nurturing energy, one that encourages bonding, affection, and celebrating the emotional connections that make a family feel safe and whole. So, encourage your child to express gratitude or appreciation, and not just toward you, but toward siblings, grandparents, pets, and friends. You could even start a gratitude jar where each family member writes down something they love about another person. This is also an ideal time to talk to your children about and to teach your children about family traditions, about family history, and also values as well. They will be more receptive to learning what home means beyond the physical walls and understanding that love, safety, and belonging come from the people who care for them. On Thursday, August 14th, our final transit for this week, we will have Mercury sextile Mars. Mercury will be at 5 degrees of Leo, and Mars will be at 5 degrees of Libra. So when Mercury, the planet of communication, thought, and ideas, forms a harmonious sextile to Mars, the planet of action, drive, our words and our willpower will work in perfect sync. This aspect sharpens the mind, quickens decision making, and adds passion to our self expression. So, with Mercury in Leo, the tone is bold, it's confident and expressive. You want your words to shine and make an impact. And Mars in Libra brings diplomacy and strategy and a desire to act in ways that create balance and harmony. So, together, this combination allows you to speak with both courage and tact, and to be direct enough to be heard, but charming enough to be well received. So, it's an ideal time for productive conversations, for negotiations, and creative brainstorming. You can persuade others more easily, not through force, but through enthusiasm, through clarity, and a touch of charisma. But avoid during this time talking over others. So Mercury and Leo can dominate, okay? But Mars and Libra asks for balance. Also, avoid acting on impulse without hearing what someone else has to say. What's the other side of the story here? Also, avoid using your charm in a manipulative way. We want to keep it authentic. So, what you can do, have important conversations or presentations. Your delivery will be engaging and confident. It's also a great time to negotiate agreements or settle differences with fairness and respect. You can also channel mental energy into creative writing, into public speaking, or marketing projects, and make quick but thoughtful decisions during this time. It'll be easy with the energy of Mars, especially those involving partnerships or creative collaborations. For parents, under this transit, your children may be especially eager to talk, to share ideas, and express themselves with flair. Remember, we're dealing with Leo energy. You might notice a burst of confidence in how they speak, whether it's telling a story or making a case for something they want or just showing off their creativity. So while it's a wonderful time to encourage your child's self-expression, it's also important to guide them toward balanced communication and remind them that listening is just as powerful as speaking. So if conflicts arise between siblings or friends, Help your child to slow down, to think about their words, and aim for win-win situations. Mars and Libra's influence can teach them that true leadership and communication comes from blending courage with cooperation. And by modeling this yourself and speaking with warmth and assertiveness, you give your child a blueprint for how to communicate effectively, both now and as they grow into adulthood. Those are the transits for this week. And now we are ready for our caller. And we do have Jeanette in the UK calling.
Jeanette.
Hi, Jeanette. How are you?
I'm good. You?
I'm doing well. It's nice to have you. Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you.
Yes. Would you like a tarot spread on what you can expect over, for the month of August or on any other situation in particular?
Yeah, can you do it around love, please?
Do one on love. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes. Yes,
Yes.
please.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Let's do it. And am I saying your name correctly? Is it Jeanette?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Okay. So let's see. Jeanette and wants to know about love. Let's see what we've got here for you. Let's see what we've got. Okay. Okay. Jeanette, please tell me when to stop shuffling.
Okay.
Okay. Did you want me to stop?
Stop.
Or okay. Stop.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 So, Jeanette, the first thing that I notice in the spread that I'm looking at is I do feel when it comes to love, it's been a touch and go area for you. It does seem as if maybe there have been relationships with people who were not honest. Would you understand that?
In my past, yeah.
Yeah, or betrayal. Looks like that there's the theme of maybe there could have been a betrayal before. Do you understand that?
Yeah, way back in my past.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So I'm seeing that that's the history of what you're wanting to know about. And I've got so many male figures, it's not even funny. In this spread, I've got the King of Cups really in a very favorable position. But I also want to say the King of Wands. Would there have been a significant male in your life who would have been a Leo, an Aries, or a Sagittarius?
No, I think I know who you're picking up though. I think they're a Pisces with Aries in their chart, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Because I know that I do see this male figure in the past. What I do want to say is, as you are opening yourself up to love and opening yourself up to connection, one of the things that's coming through intuitively and in this spread is always to make sure that you keep a sense of discernment, and really learning about who a person is at the deeper level rather than just what they're showing you on the surface. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, because I do have the moon card here, and the moon card, I call it friend or foe, right? So it could be like sometimes with people, they make themselves seem one way, but actually they may have different intentions that we're not aware of. So you just want to make sure that you really understand the intentions of the person that you're connecting with. I do see, like I mentioned earlier, the King of Cups in a favorable position showing up, I would say, over the next 3 to 4 weeks. So watch out for a connection with a male. This male does feel as if he would be a water sign. So I'm talking about Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces here.
Yeah.
And it feels as if there is the potential for a strong connection. Would you kind of know who that is right now or no?
Yeah. It's someone who's just ghosted me for the last 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. So I
know
do
exactly
see that
who it
coming
is.
up. Okay. Yeah. So he is showing up here, and the outcome of this situation. What I've got the Ace of Pentacles. The Ace is all about the potential for something new, the potential for something new to develop. Okay, and I do have that as the outcome. So it does show that there's the potential for this connection with this male that's either Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio to go deeper. Would that make sense?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's the only one that I've been around, yeah.
Okay. And there's also here, I do have as your personal power card, there's this sense of wanting to go for it. I'm kind of wanting to put myself out there and go for it and to see if I'm able to connect, to see who I can meet. That makes sense for you?
Yeah, it does.
Yes. Yes, yeah. So that's in the personal power position. That's the energy that you're dealing with right now. Now, I will say, I can't believe, I don't think I've ever seen a spread with so many male figures that show up. Would you understand the male figure, though, that would be an earth sign? So I'm talking about Taurus, Capricorn. Would you understand a male that's an earth sign?
No, I've been told someone's coming into my life, earthy, Taurus.
Okay. Because I am seeing a male, and this is not the same male with all of the water. Okay, this is a different one. This one has a lot of earth, and I want to say Taurus, I want to say Capricorn or Virgo.
Yep.
Okay. That connection we might hit it off right off the bat. I'm just not sure exactly how far it will go. The male and the water sign, it just looks to be a little bit more of a favorable connection at the moment. Jeanette.
Oh, right. Okay. Because I've been told the vice versa, that the earthy is probably a better connection.
Okay. Yeah, well, the King of Pentacles, for me, it came up reversed in the spread.
Right.
So basically the card is upside down. And I'm like, well, so does that mean that this one is the one that we might hit it off, but not sure how far it will go. So I want you just to keep an open mind with the man of water and the man of earth and see where the connections take you. Okay.
Yeah, can you tell me anything about further down the road who I'm going to end up with, and is it going to be happy for me this time?
Oh, Jeanette, we only have a few seconds left, sweetheart. So I wish I could delve in further, but I'm so sorry. We're out of time.
All right.
I'm so sorry, Jeanette, but thank you for calling in.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. And that wraps up our show for today. Thank you for watching. And as I remind you every week, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. So keep shining your light bright until I see you here again next week. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're having an absolutely sensational week. I mean, there's enough negativity going on that we hope on this show anyway, as well as all the other shows on the network, that we can sprinkle a little bit of fairy dust, a little bit of positivity there, and something to sort of just take your mind off your day-to-day stuff or the silliness that's going on in the world. So anyway, this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is a really interesting card because it is the Knight of Swords. Now, a lot of people sort of get very confused when they first take up tarot because they don't understand what the knights and the pages mean in the tarot deck. Now, look, I had many discussions with many students over many, many years, and people used to say to me, why do you always say a knight is a young man and a page is a young woman? And I said, well, I've never met too many people, too many young men that run around in a dress or run around in a tunic. And that's why my interpretation of the pages is young women. And, you know, we've got to be fair. There's, you know, half the population or more than half the population is female and the other half is male. So we need to differentiate between the two. So the Knight of Swords is a young man up to the age of 25. Now, I want to be very clear. If you're a mum or a dad out there and your child is over 25, in your eyes, they're still a child, so they'll still come out as a knight or a page in your readings, no matter what their chronological age is or their age on their birth certificate. In your eyes, they're still a young person. They're still younger than you. So the secondary meaning, which is quite often what this card represents, is a speedy situation or a finish. Now, this is a really positive card. If you've been going through a lot of issues or you've had a lot of things going on in your life, and this card comes out, it finally says, look, we're speeding towards the finish line. Things are going to improve. Things are going to sort of finally come to a conclusion. You'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief very soon. And this is a really positive card to come out now that we've got Mercury going direct again. I know that a lot of people found that the Mercury retrograde was really difficult. You know, lots of things went missing or lots of breakdowns and things like that. So this is a really positive card to come out now. Just as Mercury is sort of ramping up to go forward again, it's amazing. So it's really good to see that things are actually sort of changing in the world at the moment. I mean, you know, astrologically, each week I say it's a very, very big week, but each week it seems to be getting bigger. There's just so much activity going on, and particularly with some of the slower moving planets that they're moving through into new signs. They're bringing a different energy. They're bringing a different outlook to the world. And this is why astrology is so fascinating, because even though, you know, we might look back at events in history, you know, wars or pandemics and things like that, and we go back to the charts and we look at what was actually happening at that time, and then we bring it up to the current time, quite often we find that there isn't the same pattern, there isn't the same similarities. It's a brand new situation because the world's in a brand new place. Sometimes, yes, there is some sort of answers that we can glean from that by looking back at it in an historical way, but quite often it's very fresh, it's brand new, it's what's needed for moving forward. So we need to sort of keep up with our own energy and keep everything sort of as fresh as possible, because astrology is something that's moving, it's fluid. The planets are moving around the solar system as we speak. So nothing is sort of fixed or rigid. Yes, sometimes a planet might stay in an energy for a very, very long time or a number of years, but it doesn't mean that the energy is necessarily stagnant. So again, happy birthday to all the Leos. We're sort of drawing towards the end of the Leo time of the year, and I really like the Leo time of the year. It's winter time here in Australia, and I don't particularly like winter. Anybody that's a fan of the show would know that. So to me, it sort of says, well, maybe, just maybe, summer and spring's just around the corner, that, you know, I start to get a little bit excited and a little bit more enthusiastic about, you know, the changes that are coming up. And, you know, it's interesting, when you're a particular sign, you'll gravitate towards the of the chart that are like that. I'm a fire sign, I'm a Sagittarian, so I always come alive when the energy, the sun's energy is back in a fire sign, for argument's sake, and that sort of revitalizes me. But if you're a water sign, when the sun goes into water, you'll feel the same thing, or air or earth. So it's a really personal, individual thing. So happy birthday to all the Leos. I have lots of Leo friends and family. It's a very big time of the year for me with birthdays and birthday wishes and gifts, but it's also a positive time of the year. So, you know, Leos really should be out there strutting their stuff, sort of putting themselves forward, putting themselves out there, looking at what changes that they might want to bring in this next 12 months. And, you know, this is the time to really start to lay the foundations, or start to sort of stand up and be counted, or put your hand up and say, hey, what about a promotion? I've really worked hard this last year. So it's time to sort of really do that while the energy's with you. We also have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is sitting in Aquarius. Now, he went into Aquarius earlier this year. He's going to be in Aquarius for a very long time, 20 or 30 years. So we're going to have a long time to talk about Pluto. But the reasons why I'm bringing up Pluto today in Aquarius is because he's sitting in opposition. Now, that means at opposite ends of the zodiac with the planet Mercury in Leo. Now, this is really important because Pluto in Aquarius is asking us, and particularly air signs, which is Aquarius, Libra, and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Leo, to start to try and transform their lives. It's like you've got to think outside the square. You've got to look at different solutions, look at different answers for problems. You know, if you've got a crisis or a situation going on in your life, try and find a different way of approaching it. Maybe leave aside the emotion that is connected to it and look at it from a very logical, practical sort of way, which is not necessarily what Aquarius is about. Aquarius is about, I know everything, but I'm asking you if you can put your logical and practical hat on along with what you know, then maybe, just maybe, you can find some solutions to the situations or the issues or the crisis you might have in your life, or the thought patterns that are going on in your life, by looking at it through a different set of eyes, a different lens. And by this, it may just be the thing that's going to bring the transformation into your life, that's going to bring new opportunities, it's going to bring things towards you that you hadn't thought of before. Now, with an opposition, like I said, it's like the opposite end of the zodiac. It's like a push-pull situation. Now, with Mercury that's just gone direct, which is the planet of communication, and we all know about that, you know, it's lovely now that Mercury's gone direct, we can get some order back in our lives. With it sitting in Leo, it's the time to strut your stuff. It's sometimes the time with Mercury in Leo, people can get a little bit hot under the collar. If you've got a complaint or something that you need to raise with somebody, make sure you don't raise your voice. Do it in an authoritarian way, but do it in a way that it's calm and it's collected. It's not, you know, sometimes it's not that person's fault on the end of the phone or the end of the email. It's, you know, it's a chain of events. So, you know, if you can put it across in a nice way and be patient about that, you'll probably get better results or get better information. Now, with communication here, this is where I bring it back to Pluto. Pluto's at opposite ends of the communication. So Pluto's asking you to maybe have a conversation with somebody else. Think about it. Talk about it with somebody else. Look for different answers. Go to your AI. Go to wherever your sources of information come from, but don't just stop at one part. Look at many different layers to this, that many different layers of communication may just be the thing that's going to jolt your thinking into something different and put you on a different trajectory or a different pathway that you'd never even dreamed of, but ends up being the most transformative thing that's happened in your life for many, many years. So again, I'll reaffirm that it is the air signs. It's Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra, opposite sign of Leo. This will wash over the remaining 8 signs, but it won't be sort of quite as heavy or as intense. For many of the other signs, you'll get some brainwave ideas, you'll get opportunities maybe knocking on the door that you never thought were possible, things like that. And it's like, it doesn't mean we've got to take every opportunity on board, but give it a lot of careful thought, a lot of careful planning. Don't just take something on board because it's been offered. It's a time now of choice. No matter what your star sign is, we need to make sure that we look at those choices very, very carefully. So we have Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity and expansion, and that includes expanding waistlines, unfortunately, is conjunct or holding hands Venus, the planet of love and affection, in Cancer. Now, people quite often ask me, how do I go about finding the love of my life? And I usually say to people, don't look. Go about your business, go about your life. The universe will create the openings or the opportunities when the time's right for you to meet somebody. If you start putting too much effort into it and going out every Friday night and, searching for love, and you're looking and looking and looking, all you're going to do is attract people in that venue. I used to try and teach my students, if you want to find love, don't go to a bar, because all you're going to meet is a drunk. If you want a drunk, that's great. But if you want somebody more substantial in your life, somebody that has the virtues and the qualities that you want, look at the things that are important to you and go to those sort of places so that you're attracting or the opportunity to meet somebody that's a like-minded soul. If you want to meet a drunk, that's terrific. If you want to meet somebody that's religious, then go to church. You've got to look at where you're looking for love. We all believe that, we deserve love, and yes, we do. And I truly do believe we're not meant to walk around in ones. But there's also a time in our lives sometimes when we need to be by ourselves, where we regroup, we re-understand who we are. We've come out of a breakup, or we've come out of a tricky situation, that we need to, to sort of work through that grief. And there is a grief even with just a relationship breakup. We need to look at who said what and who did what and who was responsible for what, and why did I attract that person? What were the lessons? What did I need to learn before we can sort of move on and then open ourselves up to the potential of a new relationship? So it's really, really important that we go through those processes. So with Jupiter here conjunct or holding hands with Venus in Cancer, yes, it's going to be affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, but also the opposite sign of Capricorn. Now, what I'm talking about will overlay to all the other signs. It'll just be more watered down. So if you're looking for love, make sure that you go to places, like I suggested, things that interest you. Join groups, join hobbies, things like that, things that sit comfortably with who you are as a person. And, like if you like tennis, go and join tennis. If you like to go sailing, join a sailing club. If you like to read books, join a book club. But sometimes joining something like a book club isn't necessarily going to be, if you're a female, are you necessarily going to meet men of the opposite sex. So you've got to also sprinkle in there the type of relationship you're looking for and the type of person that you're looking for, whether it's male or female, and then adjust your attitudes and your scope of where you're going to sort of spend your time in the hopes of meeting people. And sometimes, we meet people when we least expect it to. I've had many a person say to me, I just ducked down to the shops and I wasn't hair and makeup ready, and I met the love of my life, and there I look like, the worst I've ever looked in my life. Well, the universe does have a sense of humour like that too. We don't always meet somebody when we're nicely dressed and dressed to the nines and, looking our best. It's not always about that. Yes, people are attracted to you to begin with by your looks, but it's also a much deeper thing. It's an energy. It's the way that you conduct yourself. It's how you speak. It's how you believe in things, or what you don't like or you do like. There's a lot of layers to love. So if you're searching for love, no matter what your star sign is, sit down and look at the things that are important to you. Write yourself a list. What are the things that are important? And, look at the things that, if you don't like somebody that swears, then don't go to a drinking establishment, because possibly they'll be drinking and swearing. If you want somebody that has a particular religious belief, then maybe that's the place to start is, don't go to a synagogue if you're Presbyterian, because your religious beliefs are different, and maybe the two will never sit comfortably together. And the same goes for cultural differences. There's no point in going out to meet somebody if you have very strict religious or cultural things that you need to satisfy in yourself. Then don't go looking in places that that doesn't sit comfortably with you. We have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting in Libra at the moment. So for all the air signs, which is Libra, Aquarius and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Aries, it's the time now to get up off the couch. It's the time now to get out there and do something significant. If you want some action in your life, if you want change in your life, now is the time to make it happen. You're the only one that can make it happen. Yes, it will wash over the other signs, but not quite as intense. Mars is particularly trying to motivate the air signs and Aries to get up, make things happen. The things that you want to happen in your life, the ball is in your court. You're the one with the keys to the car. You're the only one that can drive the motor car. No one else can do it for you. It's a very selfish time where you've got to really motivate yourself and look at what it is that you want and go forward. Finally, we're going to wrap up with Uranus in Gemini. Now, Uranus has just moved out of Taurus. It was there for over 7 years, moved into Gemini just recently. And it's really sort of shaking things up for Geminis. I've had a lot of Geminis this week really showing me or sort of sharing with me that how disrupted they feel their lives are. Now, look, my answer to that is Uranus is like the Tower card in the tarot deck. Uranus comes along and it tips everything upside down. Something that it thinks that's outworn, no longer any use to you, it'll tip it upside down. Doesn't always have to be for bad. It can quite often be a good thing that, like you might not be comfortable in your job and all of a sudden you've lost the job or the company folds or you move house or whatever and you've got to go looking for a new job and you end up in a much, much better job. So sometimes don't look at things as being a negative because things haven't quite worked out the way that you anticipated or you expected. Just work with it and know that by doing that the changes that Uranus is trying to bring in is trying to clear the debris out of your life. It's trying to clear the old, the outworn out of your life and bring in some new opportunities. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Elizabeth in Wisconsin Rapids in Wisconsin. Are you there, Elizabeth?
Hi.
Hi, do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Elizabeth? Yeah, do you have a question for me, please?
Question. So this is like a psychic reading, not a medium reading?
Yeah, look, medium readings are really difficult to do in such a short space of time unless somebody wants to jump forward and give me something. Most times people want something answered that can be done in a different way. So, there must be a reason why you phoned into the show, sweetie.
Well, I guess my question is, I'm trying to develop my, my intuitions and trying to be able to speak with spirit. And I guess my question is, will I be able to do it? I've been doing all these,
of course. Yeah, look, the simple answer is yes, you will be able to do it, Elizabeth. The thing is, I think when we all start opening ourselves up psychically, we sort of imagine how things are going to be. Oh, great, I want to talk to the other side. I want to talk to granddad or dad or whoever or whatever may be passed over and is on the other side. What we fail to realise is they don't necessarily want to come through and have a chat all the time. That, they've got work to do on the other side as well. What you need to be doing is opening yourself up to be responsive to messages that might come to you, that you don't necessarily need to know who or where they've come from. You'll know in the pit of your stomach whether it feels right or it doesn't feel right. And, opening yourself up psychically is like anything. The more you practice, the better you get at it. And the thing is, the first part about it is just learning to follow your intuition. If you're going down the street and you're going to buy a new car and you walk in and you think, I don't like the red one, but I like the blue one, but the car salesman's trying to get you to talk you into the red one, go with your gut. Your gut said the blue one was right. Quite often when we start to open ourselves up psychically too, we'll get some very strange dreams that we don't quite understand, that don't make sense. My suggestion there is to write it down and come back to it because, it will make sense more over time. And the quickest way to develop your own psychic ability, even if you want to go on to be a medium, is pick something, whether it's tarot or numerology or palmistry or something like that. Pick something to focus your energy on so that you're focusing on learning that. And with that, then the psychic development comes with it. Your ability to focus and hone that energy will come with it. We all have mediumistic tendencies, but we all sort of seem to think that, somebody's going to come down and sit at the kitchen table with us and have a cup of coffee and give us, the rundown in our lives. That's not how mediumship works. And quite often from a medium's point of view or from a person's point of view that's passed over, they only come through if they've got something really significant to share with us. They don't want to be here doing sorting out the day-to-day business or telling us what to do. They can't control our lives. They they can guide us, they can give us information, they can put ideas in our head, but that's the end of their responsibility. So this is why it's important to develop other skills, like whether you're going to become a tarot reader or a palmist, or an astrology takes a lot of years and a lot of work, but they all take work. And it's, my answer is always go with something that you're drawn to. And, quite often people develop their psychic ability by taking up something like Reiki or some form of healing. And that's when they get their messages, and they get the messages from the other side, from the person that they're working on. It's very difficult to get messages from the other side for you yourself personally. It's a very hard thing. It took me a lot of years, and I mean a lot of years, over 20 years before I got messages from the other side, and I'd been working in this industry. So it's not something you can just it's not like a light switch you can flick it on and off. So if you follow your heart, listen to what you're being told, pick something that you can learn, that will help you develop it, and you'll start to find you'll get messages there, Elizabeth. Anyway, we're going to talk with Joy now in Freeport in Illinois in the USA. Are you there, Joy?
Yes, thank you.
Do you have a question? You got a question for me, please, Joy?
Yes, I'm looking to see about trying to find love, true love again.
Oh, well, that's a nice question, Joy. We all need love in our lives. Really, really interesting. The first thing that they're sharing with me, Joy, is that, yes, there's been a number of endings, changes and transformations around you in the last 6 to 12 months. And I'm not sure whether that was connected with love, but they were just showing me that in a general situation, that it's like you've cleared the decks. You've cleared out all the trash, like I've got everything where it should be. I've gone through everything. I've done all my soul searching. I've put things in the closet and up on the shelf, and now I'm ready. I'm open. It's like I've got a brand new book here. And that's good, because I feel now, Joy, that you fully understand the type of person that you want to attract towards you, which I'm not saying that you didn't know that before, but now it's sort of like, I really know. It's like 3 strikes and you'd be out. There'd be no ifs, buts and maybes. I'm very decisive on what I want. Having said that, I do believe that there is going to be new love coming towards you, and I think there's going to be a choice of 2. Now, it's interesting because as you're opening yourself up, ready to go back into the dating circuit, if you met somebody that was worthwhile going on a date with, there's also a little bit of hesitation there that, what if I get it wrong? Well, we don't know if we're going to get it wrong until we go there. Like we can't just sort of have a complete checklist and say, well, that's the way we've got to adjust it as we go along. But there's 2 men coming into your life, and I think as early as next month. One's got dark hair and the other one's got more sandy blonde hair. It's the second one that I like better. Now, the reasons I'm saying that, look, the dark-headed man is nice and he's strong and he's well educated and, seems to say and do all the things in the right places. But I feel there's an energy there of there's something dark there, and it's not just because he's got dark hair. I think he's emotionally not quite as strong as what he makes out. Do you know what I mean? There's an emotional side there that I don't want to see you go down that rabbit hole with him. It's like that's up to him to sort that out, where the other man may not be quite as successful and may not have quite as much money, but he's more open. I get a much freer feeling with him. It's sort of like what you see is what you get. There's lots of fun. There's lots of laughter. The 2 of you really gel together. And to me, it looks like it could develop into a really serious relationship at a pace that the both of you are happy with. Like to begin with, it's very exciting and all fresh and new, and the 2 of you are doing a lot of laughing, and then you sort of slow it down a little bit as you take the time to get to know each other a little bit better, because you really do both feel this could be the one, and you want to make sure that you're not jumping into it too fast. But the second man works with his hands, the first man works with his mind. And look, there's nothing wrong with somebody that works with their hands. I mean, they can make good money these days too. But the second man to me is much lighter. He not just in hair colouring and eye colouring, but lighter in his energy, and somebody that I think that you could build a really good life with, and somebody that you could rely on. The darker-haired man, it would be like pulling teeth sometimes to get answers out of him at why he's behaving the way he is, or why he's not talking to you or not communicating. You don't need that. You've been there, done that in the past, Joy. We need somebody now that's the other half of you, somebody that you can grow old with, somebody you can have a laugh with, somebody that you can cook a meal with and have some fun. So did you have a dream about somebody coming into your life, Joy?
Yes. Probably like a month ago I did, and it was more like I was on a path because I liked nature and walking, and I had come up with somebody there.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, they just said to me you had a dream about your future partner, and I thought, oh, that's nice, but they didn't say to me whether or not they'd shown you in the dream what this person looked like. So, okay, if they've said to you you're going to meet somebody on a path connected with nature because that's obviously important to you, then that maybe is where you put your focus, not necessarily to go out on going searching for a man today, but, you go out, you do the things that make your heart sing. And, by doing that, then, you're showing the universe that you're listening, that you've listened to your dreams, and you're just open to whatever that they bring forward for you. Look, I know when this man comes into your life, you're going to look at him and you're going to think, well, it wasn't what I expected. And I'm not saying in a bad way. It's just, I think sometimes we have a preconception in our minds of what we're looking for, and somebody doesn't sort of quite fit that mold. We think, oh, well, that wasn't what I was expecting. You know what I mean? But he's just such a nice man. He's got such a lovely face, and he's got such a kind energy. And he just makes you laugh. And I think that's something you haven't done enough of, is have somebody to make you laugh and smile and make you feel like you're the center of their universe. And that's what this man's going to do for you, Joy. And it's lovely. It's really nice to see, because you've had a lot of sadness and a lot of struggle in your life where you've had to prop everybody else up. It's nice now that somebody's going to prop you up a little bit for a change, isn't it?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, and it's nice, look, it's the simple little things in life. Somebody making you a morning cup of coffee can go a long way. Anyway, Joy, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. I wish you well with your man in nature. I know he's gorgeous. Anyway, it's lovely to see that, people are moving forward and having different changes in their lives. And, we're all on a different path. Our First Lady, she was looking for sort of how to open herself up to be a medium and do spiritual work, and Joy's looking for love. So we're all searching for something different or need something different in our lives. And it's always sort of interesting that how the song of the week comes to me, before the show. Sometimes it's something that's been going in my head or something. This morning it was on our local television. They were celebrating something, and I thought, oh, that's a nice song. I haven't heard that for a long time. My producer wanted Vanilla Ice. I'm sorry, I'm going to disappoint him and say no. We're going to have Robbie Williams instead, and Robbie Williams is bringing us angels, and my producer is an angel, so I'm going to dedicate this song to him and his lovely wife. So until next week, I hope you enjoy the rest of the shows here on A1R Psychic Radio, and have a great week. Bye for now. The angels are certainly looking after you.